Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live trading room for Wednesday, April 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can see my screen and also if you can hear me. That'll help. Thank you. Green Trades. Ryan, yeah, there is an Easter special. Give me a moment. I'll give you my homepage link, and all you have to do is click on my link, and you'll see the promo code for 20% off, okay? All right, so what's happening today? So a couple of buyouts in the biosphere. ATRS got bought out by Halo. ATRS got bought out by Halo. So that's why you see this big gap up here, flatlining across, and Halo, HALO, bought them out. And Sierra, SRRA, got bought out by Galaxo. And you can see the flatlining right there, and GSK bought them out. And so I'm reading some information. CTIC may be a bit of a sympathy play for the Sierra buyout. CTIC, oops. CTIC may be a bit of a sympathy play for that Sierra buyout. JP Morgan, so some of the banks released. JP Morgan releases today. I'm not going to go over the rest of them, but JP Morgan released today. So a little downtrend for JP Morgan, down 3%, $4, a million shares. Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY, released, and it's just getting hit here, down 13%. That's one of the original memers, and the memers aren't helping this one today. BCTX, now that was up. Let's see if it's still up this morning. Yeah, not as much. So it got up to 1272 or so. It's now down to 1070. So there's a $2 drop. FDA gave them fast track designation for their drug as BCTX. HPK. I don't think I saw any specific news for this one. HPK had some after hours action, got up to almost $29 after hours. So it's quite a bit off that after hours action. I just don't see, here we go. Now I'm seeing it, energy up as much as 20% after hours on a Kramer plug. Yeah, Kramer pitched. So Kramer must have pitched them after hours. NSTG. This is not technically an earnings play, but they're releasing guidance and they're preparing for the worst. NSTG, look at this, down 33%. This is shortable for me too. This could be one of those that's going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously, it is a 10-day daily breakdown. It's just a matter of, I'm sure the relative volume is going to be high enough, so we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. But NSTG, officially May the 9th, they release, but they're pre-releasing and and they're guiding much lower. Airlines, Delta having a nice little pop here, guys. Delta, DAL on earnings. Okay, losses are not as much, and they're projecting a robust next quarter, which is helping most of the airline stocks. American is up. Take a look at Jets, the ETF for the. Take a look at Jets. So if you don't want to play a specific airline, but you want the ETF for the sector, this is Jets, JETS. But I hate to say it, I just keep remaining skeptical about a massive breakout. LQDA is down on financing news. All right, a $50 million stock offering. Are they going to make me do, let's see the price. Here we go, $5.10 a share. So it's a little bit above the financing price. Okay, so LQDA is doing a financing, $5.10. Now, whether this one takes over $1 remains to be seen, but ARTL, yeah, it's a cancer drug. Again, these cancer drugs have been flying, at least intraday for the last maybe started last week. But this one got up to 78 cents. I'm not interested unless it takes out $1, and it could. We've seen it. We've seen these ones that come out of nowhere, very, very cheap, pop through $1, tack on 20, 30, 40 cents, and then they collapse. But we can take advantage of, the middle 2/3. That's all we're looking for. Anyway, ARTL, 3%, huge volume. It's not a low float, 41 million in the float for a 56-cent stock. That's a lot. Another one that is down on financing is HLMN. HLMN, down on financing news. And $10 a share. Okay, so the financing's at $10 a share. Veru, VERU, was a little bit active. Is it still active? And well, it's dropped 50 cents. It had a little pop here. Not a little pop. It had a pretty decent pop here, but $1. Of course, this was super active yesterday. Infi, INFI, sorry, INFY. All right, so this is gapping down on earnings. So this is gapping down on earnings. So this has got quite a bit of room underneath. This is an India stock, I guess, headquartered in Bangalore. Okay. BPTH, this is gapping down. It had the day yesterday, but this is a big gap down now, 15%. This one, just as it was opening the room or getting set at 9 o'clock, BYAI, it's come right back down. Gapped up to 335, right back down to even. I think a subsidiary of theirs received some funding from the Indian government, and this is a virus play, but it has given it all up. Not really seeing anything so dramatic this morning yet, anyway. In terms of a single stock. The NSTG, though, I mean, the NSTG still has room to fall. It's down a lot, 33%, I think. Yeah, 33%. So this is a big gap down. Look at this weekly chart. It's taken all this out, boom, all the way down. Take a look at the monthly chart. We're at 22. So the low over here, 2158. So it's below that low. And then we've got 1385, that low down here. Let me take a, boy, this has got a lot of room underneath. I mean, I got to go back 3 years or so. So this one, even though it's already down 34%, once this market opens, we could have another collapse in it. And this is shortable for me. Yeah, 1 million shares available, Interactive Brokers. So probably plenty of shorts to go around, most brokerages. But that's a big, big gap down. Not a ton of volume, 82,000 shares. That's not a ton of volume. 44 million in the float, so it's not high, not low. All right, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from the analysts this morning. And the theme still is a few upgrades, but many more downgrades. We'll look at the upgrades in now. All right, there are the upgrades, and now I'll get a lot more downgrades. Actually, a lot of these downgrades are foreign stocks, like ending in F and Y and all that. So not as many as I thought of stocks that we're somewhat familiar with. All right, so there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'm going to type this one in, CRARY. It's been downgraded a couple of times. So yeah, it's a pink sheet stock. So it'll be trades on another exchange, Morgan Stanley and Bar. I did see CLSN. I did see it in the pre-market. It's drifted down a little bit because it was, yeah, I saw it up here, and then as it started to move down, I forgot about it. So the first 2 days we're Wednesday now, yeah. So on Monday and Tuesday we had some really nice ones, kind of piggybacking. When I say that, we had some big poppers in the pre-market, and then we had other stocks that were kind of piggybacking on them later on, and we were able to take advantage of them. I don't see anything like that so far today. I don't see anything that is really ramping in the pre-market. So it may not be the same type of a day. Go EV. Now Go EV was up. Is it down? Yeah, another one. Look at that. I mean, she's got up to 582, right back down to 530, almost back to being flat. NASA selects Canoe for Artemis crew transport vehicles. Well, you would think that might have held its pop on that sort of news, but it didn't. It's a big float, 109 million in the float. All right, let me take a look at the sectors and see what's happening with the major sectors. I'm going to click on firmware toolbar. I'm going to click on new docked channel bar and then sector status. All right, so what we're seeing here, and the market is in for a modestly negative open, nothing dramatic. So what we're seeing here, the major sectors. So for instance, XLE, this is the major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 100% of what that percentage refers to is that 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. So I guess I haven't checked oil prices, but I'm assuming oil prices are up this morning. So that usually means 100%. If they're down, it's usually zero. So anyway, 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. Actually, it's not even, this is interesting with the market having a bit of a weak open, but as we speak, technology sector, 75% of them are up. Communication, 70% are up. Let's take a look at what the weak sector is. Look at financials. Okay, so I guess with JP Morgan, I don't know who else released, maybe Morgan Stanley or Goldman, maybe, but they're around the corner if they haven't released. But I guess the JP Morgan definitely hitting the financial sector. Only 8% are up from yesterday's close. Let me just take a look at, I don't think Goldman is today. So Goldman is tomorrow pre-market. So it's JP Morgan today. How about Morgan Stanley? I don't think Morgan Stanley is today either. Yeah, so Morgan Stanley is tomorrow. How about Citi? Yeah, so looks like JP Morgan was the big one leading off the financials this week. Released pre-market and gapping down a little bit. Wells Fargo, did they release? Yeah, so it looks like JP Morgan is the main one releasing today, and most of the other major banks are releasing tomorrow. But it's putting a damper on the financial sector. I guess they're preparing for the worst. Yeah, I guess if I had one focus right now, it would be the NSTG. I wish it were near a little bit near a lifetime low. This would be awesome if they were also at a lifetime low now, but it still seems to have enough room underneath before it hits any major support areas, especially if you look at that monthly chart. This is back in 2020, and the low is about $13. So, and there are a ton of shorts. So I would say most brokerages will have shorts available for NSTG. The other one could be the INFI. I'm looking at INFI right here, INFY. It is an earnings play, getting hit a little bit. I mean, not huge. It's only down 3%. But what I'm looking at here is more the monthly, and you can see, for the last few months, it just kind of remained stuck in this range. The low there is 21. We're at 21.84. I mean, if it can take out 21, appears to be some room underneath. Maybe not. I'm looking at that low of the weekly chart right there. The low is 21. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's got enough room. It's a huge float, 4.2 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to keep moving this one. So I'm probably just going to forget about it. I mean, it may give us 20, 30, 40 cents, just not enough for me. Is PayPal an earnings play? No, it is not, but it is down. PYPL, pretty good volume, big float, down 5% though. That's a pretty big move for 1 billion in the float. Here we go. Here's why it's falling. Its CFO is moving to Walmart. Walmart said late Tuesday it named John Rayner as its chief financial officer, marking a setback for PayPal Holdings, where he holds the same position. So he assumes that role on June the 6th. So that is what is putting some downward pressure on PayPal this morning, PYPL. All right, ARTL, if you take out one later on, and you could, where are you coming from here? You're coming from 40 on cents. You got up to 80 cents. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick a price alert at $1 for ARTL and see if it accelerates through that. It's a cancer play. So, and how much room? It's got a ton of room. Well, not a ton of room. If it does take out $1, the next high looking left is $1.10, and then after that $1.30. Not a crazy low float, not high, 41 million, but I'm only interested if it gets over $1. Take a look at, just a minute here. Take a look at Bed Bath and Beyond and where the next level is. So 1579, 1585 it's at now. And the low here is 16, so it's taking care of that. 1591. The next low is 1525. So the next low on the daily chart is 1525 for BBBY, Bed Bath and Beyond. So it still has a little bit of room to that next low on the daily chart. If it can take that out, then you're really talking about another $2 or $3 below that, because that next low is 1242. That's just the way I trade, Anthony. I don't trade anything under a dollar. That's just me. I mean, that's not a recommendation. So Anthony in the YouTube room said, well, why am I waiting for a dollar for ARTL? It's just the way I trade. I don't trade anything under a dollar. And I just find that when things hit a dollar, it appears on a lot of, it appears on a lot of other traders' radars. And we've seen it. I mean, we've seen stocks that come from 60, 50, 70 cents and they pop through a dollar and then they can go, they can run 20, 30, 40 cents. I just feel more comfortable doing it that way. But listen, I'm not, that's not to say you guys want to take something under a dollar. It's not a recommendation not to. You want to keep an eye on this SGLY. I mean, it's trying to come back a little bit. It was hammered for the last 2 days badly. I'm sorry, this is yesterday. So tried to come back yesterday. So on Friday and Monday, it just got hammered down. Yesterday had a bit of a recovery. And it's trying to recover again a little bit. 1150. You know what I'm going to do? Just stick an alert up high here. High of 2 days ago, 1143. And see if it takes that out. Conversely, put a price alert at the low of yesterday and see if it takes it out on the way down. Yeah, except that most brokers would not have shorts for GNS. And if Zach says Centerpoint may have some shorts, but my guess is that they'd be pretty costly to borrow. What it was really, PJ is actually, but look, let's face it, it was the long of the century for a while. And listen, do not. I have an alert set up here. I know it's crazy to think this, but I've got an alert set up at the high of yesterday, and we know what can happen. So anyway, we'll see what happens once this market opens. I don't read anything into it. I mean, it's just we've seen a few more than normal maybe over the last month. Traders desperate to find something. All right, this ICCM, a little bit of a pop here, but I just don't like this daily chart. Looks like there's too many little pockets of resistance, so I don't really like it. It's just showing up on my on a scan. Never been more nervous about a market open. Why? Now, guys, look at this HPK. This HPK. So this was the one that Kramer mentioned after hours yesterday. You can see the reaction right here after hours. What did it get up to? Got up to $29. That's the only thing I don't see any other news on it other than Kramer's mentioning of, excuse me, Kramer's mentioning of it after hours yesterday. What's the volume? Yeah, pretty good volume. Now, here's the deal. Now, I don't know if I can trust this. Okay, we have 500,000 in the float. Now, whatever that float is, it's obviously incredibly low, but 500,000 is insanely low. Let me just do a quick check. All right, so going to another site, I see 7 million in the float instead of 500,000, but regardless, I mean 500,000 is insanely low, as I said, but 7 million is very low also, so we know it's a very, very low float stock, HPK, and this is an all-time high. Yes, a minute to the open. We're in sync, legal. All right, guys, yeah, less than a minute to the open. William shirking his duties again. So let's have a great trading day. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do like to see things settle down a little bit. Morning, Real. Oh, I see. I see missing. Okay. Another airline is moving here, guys. So you don't want to play an individual airline. Just take a look at JETS, spurred on by Delta, DAL. All right, we are now open. And we have our first halt of the day. There we go, GNS. I know you think I'm crazy for putting an alert up here at 36, 36.75. Look at the volume already, 1.5 million. Yeah, I didn't even check for the shorts for HPK. Funny. It's interesting. 500,000 shares at Interactive Brokers for HPK. Okay, guys, I'm not seeing anything on my thumbnail charts. I'm just glancing at them to see if anything is screaming higher or lower. Here's the Bed Bath & Beyond kind of resting here. Okay, so HLMN is now the financing was at $10. Okay, HLMN. So it's bouncing off that financing price a little bit. So CTIC moving a little bit here. Word is that it is a sympathy play to the buyout by Sierra being bought out by Glaxo. Okay, so it is a sympathy play to the Sierra buyout. All right, so we were having a little rebound here for BBBY. Don't forget about the memers. Memers may try to get a hold of this one. Well, I didn't see this one in the pre-market. Why? Didn't do anything. But HNRG is on the move here. HNRG, look at the room it's got. Next high looking left is 553, I think. 458. Yeah, so it's taking that out. So yeah, so the next high looking left on that monthly chart is 553, about $1 away. On the weekly chart, are we ahead of that? Yeah, so got some room this HNRG. And some volume came in. I don't see any specific news on it. It's an energy play. It's coal play. All right, how is NSTG trading right now? Okay, just kind of basing here. All right, GNS just opened and it opened higher. Look at this, guys. I mean, 36, is that right? 36.75 was the high of yesterday. CTRM, guys, CTRM, Castor Maritime, CTRM. Really no action pre-market. Ripping higher here, taking out the hot highs of the last 2 days through the 200-day moving average. And that is CTRM. Again, it's early. Yeah, look at this Bed Bath & Beyond, guys. Nice bounce. And HPK is hard to, 5 minutes is starting to drop here, HPK. This is not short of for me. I saw this one in the pre-market, EVTL, because it had a huge pop yesterday, but it's basically giving it all up now. Well, well, this did not stop. HNRG did not stop. This is on a 10-day daily breakout, guys. 10-day daily breakout. Getting a little bit closer to that high over here, 553. Still on a percentage basis, still. No, I'm just pointing this out. Doesn't mean you go and take the trade and chase it right now. You're chasing it, but can it rest at all? I don't see any specific news for it either. It's a relatively low float, 24 million in the float. I just nothing. I just pointing out that the memers may have got a hold of it. That's all. Here's another one, Alto. What are you doing, Alto? I don't see any specific news on it. Coming into probably a lot of resistance. So is this shortable? This is shortable for me. Alto is shortable for me. The reason I say that is it looks like it's going to be coming into a lot of resistance between here and say 730. And that is the ALTO. Boy, that bicycle BYCY. I noticed it had another downgrade this morning. I'm sorry, BCYC. This would have been just an awesome, sh short to hold. I just don't do that. But boy, oh boy, remember this day when it popped up to 50, closed at 47, and then they actually released data the next day. I think this was on Friday. Yeah, that was Friday. Released data on Monday. I guess maybe they thought on Friday the data was going to be awesome. Obviously, it wasn't, and this has just been in a downward spiral since then. I actually saw Nvidia. NVDA had an upgrade this morning. I know some of you guys are following this one. Had an upgrade this morning. The gap, GPS guys, GPS. What are you looking at here? 14. Yeah, it just looks like there's too much resistance not that far away for the gap. Just over 14. But the gap is $14 calls are active. Well, it's almost there now. All right, take a look at the market. So NASDAQ's up a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little. So we've got a positive open. First 15-minute candle is green. Have a positive open. Yeah, well, the way this one is trading, ARTL, this could easily trade the float today. 41 million in the float. It's traded 16 million already, so this could easily trade the float today. ARTL, cancer play. There is nothing in my 10-day daily breakdown yet. Okay, this was halted up. Yeah, this is halted on the way down now, GNS. All right, CTRM is still relatively strong here. Take a look at it on the weekly chart. What do we see? 230. 230 is the next high, and then 250. So again, to me, there just looks like there's too much resistance, not that far away for me to get terribly interested in this CTRM. Well, this is getting maybe a little ripe for a short, guys. HNRG, and just noticing there are 600,000 available at Interactive Brokers, so there's plenty of shorts available. A couple little topping tails here. HNRG, a couple little topping tails. Yeah, you mean just short mid fives? Yeah, well, the next high is 553, so well, that's a heck of a short at $217. Obviously, you meant to say 1710 or 1717 instead of 217.17. Yeah, I'm sitting on my hands. Definitely just sitting on my hands right now. Well, GPS, guys, I mean, it's taken out that high, 1415 of yesterday, the day before, 1417. The next high is 1427, 1429. This little area, I guess if we can get through that, it's got a shot to the 15, and that's GPS. I don't see any specific news for GPS, but it is active. So again, for those of you who are sub $1 players, ARTL making a little bit of a move now. Got down to 52 cents, now 67 cents. The pre-market high was around 78 cents. So for those of you following this one, you're right. Shoot, I was thinking about shorting this one, but I didn't. HNRG. All right, DYAI is just giving it up. The big pop pre-market, some kind of funding, not, I don't know if it's a company that it's a subsidiary or some company they deal with, got funding from the Indian government. It's a virus play. But again, look at this, popped up to 337, came right back down, and now it's actually negative. Showing up on my scanner here as a potential short, DYAI. Looking underneath, boy, I don't see any near-term support for it, DYAI. Okay, so NSTG is actually popping here, guys. It is actually popping a bit. It is not taking these lows out. So this may be a bit of a bounce play. The highs in the pre-market look like around 2286. Is that right? No, 2350. Well, listen, I mean, if it can take out this high right there, I mean, it's down still 30%, but this is bouncing and maintain a buy at Canaccord. Now, gotta really read these headlines, okay? So they obviously at one point put a $50 target on this NSTG. Now they're cutting it to 37. So it's still, at 37, it's still way above the current price, but they obviously were wrong about the 50. Will they be wrong about the 37? Now this will not, the NSTG will not show up in the watch list up because it would have to take out yesterday's high, and I don't think that's going to happen. But it's showing up here. Market is still first 15-minute candle, very strong. Following another 15-minute candle. I mean, look at this. I mean, BCTX looked like it had pretty decent news. 1264 got up to FDA giving a fast track designation. Market doesn't care. Just does not care. I noticed you mentioned that one. I did take a look at it. That came from like 20 cents. Yeah, 20 cents, 30 cents. KLDL actually looks like this is an earnings play tomorrow. So I don't know in advance of earnings, it's moving. Huge volume, 72 million, 1,600 times normal, 19 million in the float. Boy, this BCYC just keeps moving down. BCYC. Well, obviously I was wrong about GPS stalling here. So GPS is just ripping here. GPS. Here's your news. Hearing a major activist investor could reveal a stake in retailer Gap. So that is, I guess that's what's getting this one rolling. GPS. I don't think Elon does close, does he? Ah, okay. I miss it. If you put a question mark after that, I'll always see them, Zach. Here's another sub-dollar stock on the move. EPZM, EPZM. All right, Infi on the way down here, guys. INFY. This is an earnings play. The volume has really picked up. Kind of backed off it because of the float, 4.2 billion in the float. Oh, you don't have to, Zach. I'm just, I know it's an extra keystroke. All right, guys. How far down can HPK go? Excuse me, HPK go? Okay, I'm hearing CRTD. Wow, look at this one, CRTD. What's the float? 18 million in the float. This is starting to move. CRTD. Again, no action in the pre-market. It was another one of these sub $1 stocks. It was the 98 cents. So I didn't really see it. Now it's popped through $1 and starting to move. Okay, this is not a cancer play. What is it? Software publishers, what do they do? Okay. Well, the plan's been there for 2 years, Ryan. So it's not that we don't want to, it's just difficult to do for some reason. So all right, HBK actually popped. I was getting set to short this one, but it actually popped up a bit. But it's pretty erratic. Topping tails, bottoming tails, direction unknown. So SBFM, a tough couple of days. Pre-market high was 525 or so. Okay, so this Liquidia or Liquidia, depending on where it's from, I guess. But anyway, it is trying to bounce a little bit here. Did a financing. I think the financing was maybe around $5 or so. Whoa, okay. I guess it's not going to take out yesterday's high. GNS just resumed. It's going to get halted again. All right, HBK is down again. What's the spread like on this thing? CRTD continues here, guys. I'm afraid to look at where it is. Yeah, 140 now. Well, the alert was at 137, but it came from under $1. And if you're wondering, well, why so late? I have a count filter in here, so it would have to have made 45 new highs, which it did. Whoa, down goes HPK, maybe. Can this be the big collapse? The CTRM is continuing to be strong, this Castro Maritime. Excuse me, I did not take this one. I keep looking over here. Excuse me, I keep looking over here at that 250 mark. Just looks like there's way too much resistance. Oh, I don't know if GPS is going to go down. I mean, it's obviously extended to a certain extent. We've got a topping tail here. It's possible. I know it's on Zach's topping tail scanner, but I don't, I can't say yes, I think it is. I mean, it looks like it may have topped out. I mean, but you're already giving up 30 cents from the top here. Tell you what isn't going down yet is that CRTD. Son of a gun. Look at this thing. Low float, 18 million in the float. Well, Viru has been all over the place this morning. Big pop in the fairly big pop in the pre-market right here. Got up to $11. Market opens just before the market opened. It was drifting down. Market opens, goes down underneath 10. So that is now it's another dollar pop. So you got to be careful. Mentioned this one yesterday. FULC continues its move down, guys. Continues its move down. This is the fifth day. You didn't know that, Pepe? Well, is it a beta or a production version? I've been demonstrating the real-time charts for, I don't know, a couple of weeks now. So maybe, does it say beta or, oh, it is a beta, okay. Oh, from last night, okay. Yeah, so download the latest beta then, as per Pepe. I've had this because I'm always on a development build. The charts are now real time, completely real time. It appears that way, JK. Delta had got positive earnings. Oh, didn't lose as much, and they're presenting a rosier picture for the next quarter. So I think all of the airlines, take a look at Jets, Jet ETS. Yeah, all the airlines are basically lifting here. All right, what was Viru's high yesterday? It almost got up to the previous day's high. So this is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So this is Monday's high at 1451. Almost got there, 1387, not quite. And it had a big sell-off underneath 10, trying to come back. Had the news, of course, on Monday. Okay, this got halted. The NLTX got halted. Is this what are they doing? So this is cancer. This is another cancer play guy. HPQ. HBK, sorry, not HBQ. I'd like to get rid of these en masse. I did this the other day and there was a massive bug that happened. So dare I do it today? I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just, I don't. Just bear with me. Again, I'm always on a development version, so I am the guinea pig for all this stuff. Normally I would just highlight them all, but when I did that, I had a program froze on me, so I'm just trying to be, I'm just tentatively doing this. All right. All right, CLOV, a little bit of a move here for CLOV. However, the next high looking left isn't that far away, 327. Okay, so this NLTX, it halted, it popped a little bit, not much. I'm going to stick an alert above that high right there and see if it can take off from there. It's a relatively low float, 33 million in the float. What do we have looking left for next highs? Yeah, I just between here and two, and then after two, between two and 229. I wish all this were in here. I wish it were more of a straight shot up to that 250 level. Well, I just mentioned this FULC, guys. FULC just super, super weak. Nothing in my 10-day daily breakdown yet. So when you look at FLC, the next low looking left is 1289. Boy, this is just getting hit hard, guys. FULC. At some point it may bounce, but right now, I mean, the next low looking left again is 1289. Maybe 13 holds it. If not, then underneath that 1289 is way down here at 10. And that is for FULC. Why don't they respond to info? Well, depends. Well, it's hard for me to answer that. I don't know. When did you send in a question, or what is the question? Now, I know that we've had trouble. We use this program, this help desk program, and it appears that we are answering people and they're not getting. Now, what I would do is check your spam, but sometimes we're not getting the emails and we're trying to figure out why that's happening. I'm not saying that is, oh, well, okay, just ask me. Yeah, scan for halts. If that's your question, that's easy. Typically, you can ask me a lot of different types of questions. The only thing I really can't answer are accounting questions, but most everything else. And if it's a super technical question, like why isn't something working on my end, that I'm sort of limited. But if you're asking me something like that, go to my homepage. What time is it now? 10:10. Go to my homepage, click on my link, click on the scan section, click here, scan section, and presto. Where are you? Pulse resumes, okay? Okay. All right, I think okay, you guys might be able to hear me in YouTube. Let me know, please. Something's gone on with my audio, and I have a feeling it's this Microsoft upgrade that I did last night. But so you can hear me, right? You guys can hear me in YouTube, okay? So now it's just a matter of the main room. Okay, thank you guys. So in the main room, they can't hear me, okay? Hmm. I'm not sure what a reboot is going to do though, William. Well, you can't hear me. All right, guys, I think I'm going to have to do a reboot. Sorry for you in YouTube. I know you can hear me, but the other room cannot hear me for some reason. I don't know why, which is scary. I think I'm back. I think I'm back in both rooms, YouTube and give me a moment as I load something else. No, nothing to do. Nothing to do. Just I think we're good now. Okay, there we go. Well, okay, AABB. I have a minimum of 20,000 shares. So if it got halted less than 20,000 shares, you're not going to see it. You can adjust it, of course. I also have a price range. You can adjust that. Every now and then, if something resumes and then it gets halted almost immediately, we may not see it. Okay, but I would say that 99.9% of the time, the halts resumes are fine. Okay. Just give me one moment, guys. I'm just trying to get rid of some of the windows that I normally have up in the pre-market, and then I can resume. All right. I think I'm back. That was fun. Meanwhile, I see that VERU just absolutely kept ripping. Hey, listen, I mean, keep an eye on that hive yesterday. I know it's $2 away or so, but these things have lives of their own. That ARTL did not do it. ARTL did not even come close to $1. Somebody asked, why don't I take these before the dollar? That's kind of why. All right, another halt, guys. BFRI just resumed. Okay, BFRI just resumed. Obviously, excuse me, when I was rebooting, the halt would have shown up, but BFRI just resumed. Wow, look at this thing go. And where could it go? I mean, the next high looking left on the monthly is 738. Of course, I'm not saying it's going to get there. This looks like it's going to get halted again. Yeah, just got halted again. BFRA just got halted again. BFRI just got halted again. Came out of the halt at 489. Shoot, I almost got that just before the halt. It looks like it's going to open around 564, maybe even higher, 580. I just about got it. But it was you could just tell it was halting. How? Because the bid ask wasn't moving, and it's something that was ripping so high. The bid ask has to move. Has to be some action. There was no action. You could just tell it was going to halt right here. Excuse me. So, and this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Wow, HPK. Did it ever pop? Look at this, $28. It's even higher, I believe, than what it did in the not quite, pre-market. So this was a big Kramer pump after hours yesterday. Got up to $29. I was looking at shorting this thing, but it is it's pretty erratic right now, and that's the HPK. Yeah, it's a great bounce play on your scanner, Zach. I don't know where the first one was. Of course, again, because I rebooted, I do see a 1305 for FULC. I don't know how many other times it may have alerted on the way down, but that's an awesome one. Oh, FULC. And that's from Zach's bounce plays. Oh man, look at this. This is the potential open, guys. Okay, 595. 595, 595. This is for BFRI. It's halted at 538. Ah, I just didn't quite get it. So while we're waiting for that to happen, I'm going to make sure that you guys can hear me in YouTube, right? Make sure I'm not on mute there. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Okay. All right, so welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Remember, Friday is a market holiday. Okay, Good Friday holiday, so the market is closed on Friday. And I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And one more thing to load. All right, here is my homepage link. A lot of information on my homepage. So when you click on my link, there's my homepage link. When you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. First of all, nice promotion we have on now for Easter, Easter 20% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you click on Get Trade Ideas, it's going to show you what Trade Ideas is all, or how much it is. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, the premium, and right now, I mean, I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. The AI is, until maybe in a couple of weeks, it'll get rolling again when we have a lot more earnings plays, but right now it's dead. But that's the main reason why people want to take a look at the premium service. And you can, of course, apply that 20% discount. So say 2,000 less than 20%, 1,000 less than 20%. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. You can take 20% off that first month. And if at any time you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor, well, within 30 days, we'll honor that 20%. But if you want to keep on a monthly subscription, that's fine. Remember, after the first month, this is what you'd pay. Okay, so again, that discount of 20% applies to the first month only. And do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want our product. Okay, so it's a good, just try us out for a month. And if you like it, obviously you can maintain a monthly subscription or you can upgrade to an annual. If you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, please do this. Let's get started. Click on that Let's Get Started link. And it starts off. It's about a 30-minute video, segmented, episode 1 of 10, download and installation, and just keep going. It's about 30 minutes long. Please do that before you do anything else. Now, on my homepage, there are 3 free sections. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education is here. So if you've gone through the Let's Get Started, you've taken the 30 minutes, which I demand that you do, okay, before you do anything else, then you can start taking a look at the user guide. And the user guide is segmented. You have alert windows, top list windows, alerts and filters, sound alerts, price alerts, etc. Want to learn more about stock racing, right down here, okay? And of course, our table of contents is fully searchable. So don't get hung up on how much there is here. You don't have to learn everything. Here's that getting started again. So daily support session. So today is Wednesday. So I believe it is Steve again in the YouTube room. He'll take over for me between 12 and 1. I take a break at noon Eastern, and he'll take over for me. And then Chris Varley will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. And daily webinar. So there is a webinar today. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Today's webinar is with Dan and Brad, the co-founders of Trade Ideas, and I help out on it. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, take a look at this. It is free. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so if you're new to trading, a great little video series for you. And last, my scan. So obviously you have to be a member of Trade Ideas. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Give me a moment as I size this window. So I'm sharing a lot of scans, and if you click on New from our toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar. These are all themed-based channels. So my recommendation is you just go through them. You know, you can check them out. You want to check out the momentum channel. If you like this, you take a look at this one, momentum. It's NYXI. You see it right here. If you like this scan, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. You can make adjustments. You can make adjustments to my scans too. Making adjustments meaning if you right-click, configure, summary, you'll see what the scan is looking for. Okay. So in this particular scan, if these filter values are met, you know, the price is between 1 and 50, etc. If all these filters are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see this one. Excuse me. So if you like this, you can save it to the cloud. But you know, you can always make an adjustment. If you didn't like that price range, you just go to the price. You know, change it to 10 and 100 if you want. If you click on that summary, you'll see that it has changed. You can say okay, then you can save it. But if you like it the way it was, that's fine. Now, a confusing part sometimes for those of you who use the channel, if you make a change and then you leave the channel, then you come back, the change is not saved. The reason why is that the channels are for everyone. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily reflect what everyone else wants to do. So just bear that in mind, okay? But the whole idea is really going through the different channels, extracting scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, creating a layout. And really, you didn't have to know how to build a scan from scratch in the first place, okay? Now, we're a scanner. Okay, so that's what we do. We scan the US market. It doesn't matter who your broker is, and it doesn't matter where you live in the world. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course, you can do that. One of the things we did as a company saying, you know, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language to create their scans. So what we did is we said, okay, let's try to create enough alerts. These are all the alerts. And when I scroll down and see these icons, these are all the filters. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. We tried to create enough of them so that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for those of you who want to build your own scans, okay? So don't get hung up on all the scans, all the alerts and filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all. Boy, this GPS, is that what's happening? Yeah, GPS. No, this is late. Something else is, I'm hearing some, oh, BCTX. Sounded like GPX. Just use the new high. Real simple. Right click, select alerts. There's the new high. You do search, you know, if you're looking for it, but there it is, new high of day. So, you know, you create your scan with obviously other things. You just don't want to have new high. You know, otherwise you'll get inundated with alerts. So typically, you know, when you create a scan, you usually will have a price range you like, maybe a minimum volume that you like, and a few other things, some other filters in place. Otherwise, you'll get inundated with scans or alerts. Most of everything that I do is all based on either new highs or new lows for the day. All right, I'm going to talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. This big blue window, we call it Brokerage Plus. Right, so I popped that Brokerage Plus link in. When you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? And it's only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. But again, listen really carefully. We are a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It's just that if you have an IB, Interactive Brokers account, or an E-Trade account, you have this option available to you. But if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't matter. You can still use Trade Ideas. The second video is a lot longer, and it goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And you'll see Brokerage Plus is up here. Underneath, there are two options, live and simulation. So obviously you would be clicking on live if you have an E-Trade account or an IB account, and that's how you could use this window to trade. And otherwise, I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator, okay? Let me just back off. Now, I wonder, Pepe, if this is the new look now for the buy and sells. It is, okay. So if you go, there is a beta now on our website, so I would recommend that you do it. You'll see it. There's a new order entry for Brokerage Plus. I'm not a huge fan of it, but you know, it's the way it's going to be, so you may as well get used to it. More importantly, though, the charts are now completely real time. There's no 8-second refresh. So that is a reason to go to our homepage. Let me just show you where. If you click on my link, my homepage link, Barry's homepage, click on the link. I'm always the last to know. I didn't know that it was there. And go to the download. And there's the latest production version, but here's the beta, okay? So download the beta, it's fine, okay? So download the beta, you'll now have that different order entry, so it'll look like this one. But more importantly, in my opinion, is the fact that now the charts are completely real time. Before, when you clicked on an alert, you'd get a real-time alert. You know, the chart would reflect that, but it would take 8 seconds to refresh. Now it is tick by tick, okay? So let me demonstrate how you use this. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to disconnect. So this is what you'll see. You'll see not connected. You just click on SIM. And eventually, just one moment, please. Okay, so then it changes to account. You click on account and then click on simulated trading. And now you're in simulation mode, paper trading mode, okay? Now, a lot of you, let's see, a lot of you will like to take a trade, say on a pullback, all right? Let's take a look at TPTX as an example. Now, you know, you don't want to take it right now, but boy, it looks like there's decent support at around 28.72. So maybe you want to take this trade if it moves back down to that level, see if that holds, and then bounces from there, as an example, okay? So you pick how many shares. Let's do 300 shares. I'm going to click in the market area. I'm going to click stop limit. In these two boxes, I'm going to put that price. What price was that? That was 28.72. I'm going to put 28.72 in both of these boxes. 28.72, 28.72. Okay, and then I'm going to click the buy button. And this is what I don't like. You have to click this send button. I don't like that, but falling on deaf ears. So I'm going to click the send. So what happened is you will see a blue line appear on the chart. I guess it's a safeguard, you know, okay, make sure, yeah, you sure you want to do this, I suppose. But anyway, so there you'll see there's a blue line on the chart now. So if TPTX gets back down to 28.72, it'll take the trade. All right. Now, while I was having my audio issues, I know this was halted, this VFRI. Wow, I mean, it popped all the way up to $6. And now, of course, it's falling. I shouldn't say of course, but it is falling now. You know, it's also coming back, guys, is the HNRG. HNRG is got all the way down to 431. Too late now, but it is trying to come back. The high was just underneath 5. Look at OWL here. Boy, OWL right into the 200-day moving average. OWL right into the 200-day moving average. And the next high looking left on the monthly is 15. So that would have room if it could somehow crack that area of the 200-day moving average. OWL. All right, this APLD just got halted. The heck is this? Applied blockchain APLD. Okay, this isn't right. Something's going on here. Down 53%. It can't be. Oh boy, the Viru. Boy, if it takes out yesterday's high, I mean, this could get ripped. I mean, it's already ripping. Don't get me wrong. It's up 20%, but yeah, there were. So this is now halted on the way down. BFRI. There were no shorts available for me. All right, let me take a look at this one. CMRX 457. Ooh, this got halted on the way down too. And this is going to be more than a 10-minute halt. You can see right there, it got halted at 10:45. Obviously, it did not open at 10:50, so if it's a 10-minute halt, it'll be 10:55 plus 24 seconds. So yeah, this must be some negative data for it, right? Pharmaceutical preparation, so it must be some negative data. I don't see, did you post something, Zach, while I was gone about CMRX? I don't see anything. It's not an earnings play, so meanwhile, guys, HNRG is just made a new high. HNRG just made a new high. What room does this have now? I'm looking at this one. 540 is the next high on the monthly chart. So it still has some room, HNRG. See how well this holds over 5. I mean, it has a little bit more room left. 553 is the next high looking left. It looks like on the monthly. Can't see it on the weekly. So this looks like it has a little bit more room left. That little base here and then start to pop on volume. This could still have a little run in it. It's been strong. I see GPS finally fell, but it would have. The two topping tails here on the 15-minute chart were, I guess, your great clue. Okay. The buyers had it up to 1539 at one point. They had it up to 1530 here. Sellers knocked it down a little bit. Buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down a little bit. And then buyers said, you know what? You're going to have control now for a while anyway. All right, guys, the HNRG is okay. BFRI just resumed. HNRG, guys, keep an eye on that next high looking left if you took the trade, and that is 553. What is the market doing? So the Nas is up, Dow's up, SPY's up, everything's up. Well, I knew you could put a time stop. Yeah, I knew you could put a time stop. Here's the custom right there. Oh, right here. Yeah, the bracket order. Yes, yeah, you're right. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, it's getting more fancy for sure. Whether that's going to be good for the average person, but certainly yes. And there are going to be more. There are going to be more hotkeys added. Well, there's no question that there are people that want it, but majority of our customers are not that sophisticated. Okay, so that's why I like that big buy and sell. I mean, made it very simple. But you're right. There were customers that did want it, no question. My fear is we're going to overcomplicate it, make it so many options. All right, let's take a look at some of Zach's topping plays right now. We should start to get some, of course, with the market moving higher and higher. We're going to get some topping plays. Hook just got halted. Hook just got halted. HOKK just got halted. And yeah, it's got some room. I mean, there's 229 up there. After that, 280. Boy, if this is the projected. I mean, of course, this doesn't necessarily mean that's where it's going to open. But there's the halt for a hook at 217, 227, 227 is the possible projection of the open. Got a crazy low float, 41 million. Let's see if there's any. There is some data. There is some news on it that actually hit at 11 right at the halt. And here we go. So this is another cancer play, guys. So again, the cancer plays have been really hot in the last couple of weeks. All right, guys. So this hook, I'm really interested in this hook to see how it opens and then how it trades after, because it does have some room to about the 280 mark. It's a cancer play. You know, the cancer stocks, cancer PRs have been very hot for about, I guess, about a week now. I can't remember what the first one was that kind of started all this, but and look at the market. Wow, what a lift in the market. So if this is a 5 minute halt, let's say 11:01, so 11:06, 28 seconds. So this has another couple of minutes before it might open for the HOOK. Boy, this is a big market lift, guys. Big market lift. We had a little modestly, actually, I think the market opened a little bit lower, but then that first 15-minute candle had a 30-minute pullback, but for an hour now. So so the bounce plays, if you have a bounce play scan, those could work. You know, the market's going to be on your side, of course. All right, what's we have? APLE. APLE, when you look left, 1731. Boy, if that weren't there, I mean, look at the shot it's got to 18. APLE. Yeah, it's not shortable for me. This is a really difficult intraday trader, Viru today. Very difficult. It's not shortable for me. So I mean, look how nonsensical some of these things can be. Okay, NLTX got halted, I believe. Got all the way up to 194. I mean, I don't even know what the news was. Highlights a presentation, a preclinical. Yeah, great, whatever. And now it's an all-time low. All right, so now the hook. This is the only way I will play something like this. If it takes out that high right there, 217. Okay, as I said yesterday, you know, these are not easy to play. If you're new to trading, you know, forget about what I'm saying. But that's how only way I would play this one. If it takes out the high of where it got halted. So I don't have to keep, you know, again, I'm using the price alerts, okay? My price alerts, I just put the price alert there. If it happens, it happens. I don't have to keep staring at this, but, you know, I will keep this up here because it can move pretty rapidly. So I do want to see if it does happen. So I will stare at this for a while. Otherwise, I just move on. And if it happens, I'll get the price alert. Price alert screen will pop up on my screen. Or the price alert window will pop up on my screen. Well, here's another one just getting hammered here. BOSC, 26%. This really had no action at all in the pre-market. You know, guys, this owl is a little bit intriguing here. OWL, it's now, there's a 200-day moving average at 1407. It's just a little bit above it, and there is some room to 15. It's up to you whether or not you think that's good or bad. So WBD, isn't that it's the media and Warner Brothers? Well, I think it was a spin-off. Yeah, I can't define it exactly, Zach, but this was a spin-off, I believe, sort of trading as WBD a couple of days ago with T, yeah, AT&T, yes, not T-Mobile. It's something to do with Discovery and that's why it says, 25%. I mean, because when you look at it, you say, well, how can that possibly be only 25% above the lifetime high when it looks like it's a lifetime high here? Okay, yeah, this WBD is interesting. I mean, again, it looks like an IPO, and a lot of traders will look at this and say, "Oh, it must be it's a new issue," but it really isn't. But it just looks like it is. Yeah, it is, and that's why it is a spinoff from AT&T, and T, and that's why though it looks like 24% above the lifetime high. But anyway, it's definitely tradable. And it is it shortable yet at Interactive Brokers? The answer is yeah. Oh, I have tons of shorts available. 2.9 million available Interactive Broker. So even though it's sort of a new symbol trading, there's a lot of shorts available. All right, Weight Watchers, or I guess we're not supposed to say Weight Watchers. WW International. Okay. Oh man, reminds me when Kentucky Fried Chicken had to change their name to KFC. Anyway, WW is on the move here. Now, kind of keeping an eye on the owl, guys. I mean, it has a little bit of room to the 1450 mark. It's kind of resting here now. That's what I like to see, a little bit of a rest and maybe some volume and start to move it again. It's maintaining its position above the 200-day moving average area. Well, it doesn't look like the CPTX is going to. Again, I put this order in the simulator just to see if it would pull back to this 2872 level. Now, at this point, if I don't like, what I'm seeing, thinking, you know what, even if I pull back, I don't want to take the trade. I just have to go to the orders up here and I can just right click and cancel order. Okay. So you don't have to, of course. Let's take a trade though. Let's take a trade. What time is it now? 11:15. Let's take owl just for hoot's sake. Okay. Let's take owl. And I'm going to show, just want to talk a little bit about money management. And I'm going to make the math super simple. I'm going to take 500 shares. The bid ask is fine. It's only a penny. So I can go into the market, send it. Okay, and I know I probably could have done that right there, but okay, so entry was 1482. I'm going to put a stop at 1382, and you'll see why. Sorry, 1392. And you'll see a red line on the chart that should say approximately minus 100, minus 97.50. Okay, so what I've done here, a couple things. So again, if you're new to trading, I always say, I like to phrase it like this: look for reasons not to take a trade. You should have some kind of a checklist. And if you can't check every box, and don't have 100 things that have to be checked, otherwise you'll never, of course, trade. But you should have some kind of a checklist. You might have a price range you want to trade. You might have a minimum volume. You might have, there's certain things that will at least let you identify what you might like to trade. So unless you can check every box, don't take the trade. Now you may, and somebody asked me yesterday, well, what is my checklist? Well, again, I'm a momentum trader, so most of the things that I see are already going to be checked based on my scans. I'm never going to see anything outside of a price range that I don't like, or a minimum volume. It has to have a minimum volume, usually a minimum relative volume, etc. And then when I get an alert, remember the program is called Trade Ideas. So when it's an idea, so when I click on the alert, I check the chart, and then I can make up my mind whether or not I want to trade it. Okay. And a lot of times it's what is the pattern it's coming from, because I'm a momentum trader. Typically, how much room does it have when I look left on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart? Where is the next high? Where could it stop? Okay, that's all I'm doing. So, but you know what? Even if a trade sets up perfectly, they are not all going to work. So the way I trade, and I think you should trade too, is have a stop. You have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. Check your ego. You're not always going to be right. I'm not always right, believe me. So I have a price, I get out, and I move on. Now, What I do, and I only, this is not what I would have done on a stop. I just wanted to make the math super simple. So notice I got in at 14.12 and I put my stop at 13.92, which is 20 cents away. So if you grasp the concept that you should have a stop, the next thing is, okay, if I get stopped out, how much money am I actually willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? You have a $5,000 account, probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating risking $100 on the trade. That's why I took 500 shares. Now understand, I would know all this before I took the trade. I would know where my entry is and I would know where my stop is. The difference was 20 cents. And I divide that into $100 and that gives me 500 shares. So, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. I'm also trying to keep my risk amount. In other words, how much am I willing to lose on the trade? About the same every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking 100 one trade, 1,000 the next, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep how much I'm risking per trade about the same every single trade. Okay. Now, what I would do to make it really simple and practice, this is why we have a simulator. All you need is our standard service, and you can practice using our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're still mulling over who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, no problem. You need our standard service, and then it uses our real-time data. So what I would do though, in order to make it super simple, is, in order to place a stop, assuming, you've been able to check all your boxes and you get into the trade, I would put my stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That is a, clearly defined number. You don't have to sort of like what I do. I kind of eyeball where I think some support is. If it broke down through the support area, that's how I trade, but nothing wrong with maybe putting your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. It's very definable. So now here's a very important statement here. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you start trading live, okay? If you can't make money in the simulator, so do not start trading live unless you start making money in the simulator. And unfortunately though, even if you can make money in the simulator, it's not necessarily that you will make money when you start trading. Why? Here's the reason. You see, I put a stop here. So you may have all the best intentions in the world to obey your stop, but human nature being what it is, when you first start trading, and even old timers who are trading, you put a stop in and then you start second guessing your stop. Yeah, I know it's the low of that previous 5-minute candle, but maybe that shouldn't have been it because this is such a great setup. It's got to work. So you don't obey your stop. So now it goes down below 13.92 in this particular case. And now instead of a manageable $100 loss, it starts hurting into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell. And you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. That's one. Number two, almost as bad, is not obeying your stop, taking, and then having that turn into a $200, $300, $400 loss, and then have it turn around and go right back up, and then you start making $200, $300, $400, and you start congratulating yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. Okay, but in my experience, not obeying your stop, it can really, really destroy your account. Yes, of course, sometimes not obeying it, you can turn around and you'll be very happy you didn't. But all I'm saying is that, and I was just like anybody else. I didn't obey my stops. In fact, I don't even think I had stops. I just assumed anything I traded would go up. The thing is that, if you obey your stop and you get stopped out, for all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, they could reappear later on. So you could say to yourself, okay, maybe it was just a little bit early and it's setting up again. I can always try again. Commissions are no reason. I mean, in the old days when commissions were ridiculously high, yeah, that would be one reason why, man, I don't want to get out now, because if I get out, even if I get back in, commissions are going to just chew me up. But there's no excuse for that now. All right, guys, that's it. I'm off my soapbox. So you can either listen to me and do it, or you can obviously do what you want, but that's how I trade. All right, guys, 11:26. So Steve did confirm that he will be in our YouTube room at noon. Okay, so another about half an hour from now. We'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break at noon. Now, the other thing about my stops, so take a look at the owl. Okay, so my stop is here at 1392. This is in the simulator. This is the worst I want to do on the trade. Okay, this is my absolute worst I want to do on the trade. But I do reserve the right, if I don't like the way something is trading and it starts inching down, and maybe the market all of a sudden puts in a giant red candle, which is affecting the trade I'm in, I can always, of course, get out before my stop. Okay, but this is, and that's some trading experience, etc., sizing up what I see. So, but this my stop is the worst I want to do on a trade. Well, you notice right here where it says max PNL and total PNL. All right. So what this is telling me right here, as we speak, I'm down $15 on this trade. All right. Max PNL at zero. That means when I got into this trade at 14.12, it didn't even get to it did not even get to 14.13. Okay. It didn't get even 1 penny higher. Otherwise, you would have seen a little bit of a positive here in the max PNL. And these are hotkeys right now. These are hotkeys. So if I highlight the trade, I click flatten, that'll get me out. Half gets me out of half my trade, and double will double my position. Yeah, I'm sorry. I read Real's comment there. I don't know really what was going on there, but I will second whatever Denver said. Okay, 100%. All right, guys. Now the FULC did have a nice bounce, but it is now getting back down to that 13 level. I think while I was doing my reboot and all, I noticed, or maybe not. because I wouldn't have seen this. But FULC is in my 10-day daily breakdown at 1305. So what I'm going to do is put an alert. I see it got down to 1281. So, in theory, that would have been okay for a while, but I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 13 for it and see if it takes that out later. Because I mean, this is just a disaster in the making. The next low looking left is 1289, which I wish it weren't that close. That's the only issue I've got. And I'm talking about my 10-day daily breakdown. This did not do it. 2170, I was really hoping, for this is the one I was focused on in the pre-market. Had a lot of room underneath, but it's just been, chopping around very poorly. The BCTX 890, well, I guess, well, 890, I mean, it did get down to 851 from the alert, so not bad. Okay, DYAI. So it had some news in the pre-market. I don't know if it's a subsidiary of theirs but some kind of a tie-in with another company that received a grant from the Indian government, and it's a virus play. Okay, this is the news that I saw in the pre-market, and I guess this Epigen Biotech has some kind of a tie-in with DYAI. So that was the reason for the big pop here, but it just fell. But it has now gone positive again. So trying to curl. So you know what? 19.8 million in the float. Maybe excuse me, it may get going again. Well, the airlines are still hot, okay? So there's actually, look at American. So American has earnings on the 21st. So the reason for these pops right now, Delta released today, VAL, Delta released today, very positive. I think if you read the release, maybe I think they didn't lose as much as maybe was predicted, but they're also painting a rosier picture for the following quarter. And so the overall airline industry desperately needs news like that. And, JETS, the ETF for the airline industry, is up. So let's take a look at FHTX from Zach. Ooh, foghorn. So this is what Zach is talking about. Yeah, so at 11:30 anyway, at Interactive Brokers, this is what Zach is talking about. Presents preclinical data, but it's cancer. Peloton, I'm seeing Peloton. PTON is just made a new high. PTON getting close to that magic 25. Well, we can poke fun at Kramer. No, I'm sorry. This was not Kramer. Yeah, this was Kramer. Sorry. HBK. Kramer mentioned it after hours yesterday, gave it a big pump, and is almost at the pre-market high or post-market highs now. But look at Billy go. Look at Billy go. I almost said Billy Goat. Look at Billy go. BILI. There's some volume coming in and big pop here for BILI. How is KWeb doing? I haven't really looked at the China stocks at all today. KWeb. Is KWeb? Yeah, KWeb is strong today. You can't do it. You can't back test in the pre-market. AABB. Okay. There's no option to do that. Is Billy earnings? May 12th. I don't know. We have it on the 12th on Twitter. Really? They're pre-releasing or guiding or something like that. I do not see that in IB. Doesn't mean it's not there, but yeah, the backtester only works, or the backtester only works in market hours, so nothing pre or post. Here's another one, Woof. So Woof is just taking out, WOOF is just taking out yesterday's high, I believe, 2132. Yes, it just took out yesterday's high, Woof. So looking left on the monthly chart, 2120, so it's above that. Man, I mean, if this can really get going again, the next high is 2621 on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, should be about the same. Yeah, this has got some room on the higher time frames. This has got some room. WOOF has got some room I point these sort of things out for those of you who are, kind of interested in swing trading, because, for me, you just have to look left on the higher time frames. Where could it keep going to? Now, it's already pretty extended on the weekly, but it's not a huge run from 18 to 21. It's not like it's a huge run. And it has earnings on the 19th, so you don't have to worry about getting slammed by an earnings play. Oh, there's no question people follow Kramer. I mean, we can think of him as a buffoon and all that, but my goodness, he's been around for decades, and hey, he can move markets for a while. I mean, he's often wrong, of course, and I know I think there was some, I don't know if it was a joke or not, but somebody, obviously it's not a formal ETF, but just tracking the Kramer stocks and shorting them. Why is HBK hard to hard to borrow? I mean, I'm looking at 400,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. I always think of hard to borrow, meaning when I look at IB that they're none available. What? How's that possible? Now look at Tusk. I mean, Tusk, another one, looking right at that 200-day moving average. TUSK right at that 200-day moving average. I mean, that can really stall it. But if it somehow breaks out, I mean, there is 406 on the monthly chart and 285. So that 285 is a little bit close on the weekly chart. I'd like to see a lot more room that it could run until it hits any of those highs. Boy, this has been a tough day. I haven't seen anything. I'm not saying there's nothing. I know somebody is going to say, yeah, but what about this one? But for the things that I have been watching, no super trends. A little choppiness, even though the market has been almost straight up for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an hour and 15 minutes. So Richard, I don't know how to answer your question. When you say so many windows, I mean, you have control about how many windows you want. Okay, I mean, if you want to create your own layout, of course you can limit, you don't have to have every single window that we've got, every scan that we've got. The whole idea, if you're looking at our channel bar, for instance, you'll see all the theme-based channels. Still don't know what you mean. Are you talking about in the docked channel bar, and you're seeing all these theme-based channels? I'm not sure what you mean by the layouts being docked. I mean, I'm not 100% sure I know what you. I mean, I know what docking layouts could look like, but I'm not sure I understand. I mean, the whole idea of the channel bar is to go through the various channels, maybe extracting a scan that you like, save it to the cloud, move on to another channel, and do the same thing, and then create your own layout from all the scans that we have created for you, and plus the scans that I'm sharing. Yeah. So, but the idea, Richard, in the channel bar is to take a look at something. I mean, we tried to create all sorts of different theme-based channels. We're not expecting people to go through and cycle through them all day long. The idea would be, the different styles of trading. You might be a momentum trader. If you are, here's a momentum channel. So you take a look at this. You can right click, configure, summary. You'll see what it's looking for. If that makes sense to you, that's something you want to follow, then you just save it to the cloud, and then you go on to another one. So you can save the different scans to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, creating your own layout. You certainly don't have to look at every single. Well, you can move them all. So if you're talking about, are you talking about something like this? I've got here I have some thumbnail charts, and I'm able to move them all around. I mean, I've got these thumbnail or not, I've got these docked also, in a docked window. Is that what you're talking about? And plus, when you click on a channel, 50 windows should not open. Ah, okay. So Richard, then what you want to do well, you can call this free floating. I could have created one giant dock with everything in it. Okay. I just, decided I wanted to break it up. But I think what you should do is go to our user guide and take a look at the section on docking. Maybe that'll help you. I don't know if you've done that. Okay. Give me a moment. I'll put my homepage link in. Click on my homepage link. And then give me a moment. Okay, go to the education section. Okay, click here. And then go to the user guide. Click on user guide. And then you will see go to the section on docking. Okay. And that will explain, that'll give you the basics about what docking is all about, how you can create a docked window and then put alerts, well, anything in it really. I mean, you can put charts, you can put alert windows, top list windows, single stock windows, okay? And just basically just give your docked windows a name, each one a name. So for instance, I call this one, I mean, it's pretty obvious, dock charts layout. I wanted my thumbnail charts, I wanted them all in one, in a docked window. So I gave it a name, and then every chart that if I loaded a new chart, for instance, if I went new chart window, okay, as an example, and if I wanted to put it in here, and I right click, and see, I've got these different dock windows, right? And I just pick the one I want to put it in, and it would be the dock chart layout. When I would do that, it would appear in here. Then I've got to rearrange it. So I mean, look, you have to do. I mean, the dock. No, I don't think there are no canned ones because we can't possibly know what people want. Okay, docking. I mean, look, docking is not necessary. I mean, a lot of people don't do it. It's not 100% necessary, but it's just a matter of spending the time creating your window, give it a name, and then put what you want in there. As I said, you just right click on the free floating window and it'll say duplicate into, and you pick where you want it to go. So, I mean, it'll take a little bit of time, but I did it, you can do it. I've got my 10-day. I mean, I do share, not this one. Um, this one as an example, if you go to my homepage, I'm sharing this one in doc format. Okay, I've grouped these together. So if you wanted Zach's bouncers and toppers as an example, and you went to my homepage, you found it, this is what you'd get. But not everybody wants that. Maybe they don't want a short thing, so they don't want the topping play. But I took a calculated risk and I said, you know what, I'm going to put these together as opposed to this one. I have these docked, I have these all docked together. But if you go to my homepage, you'll see these are all separate, free floating, because not everybody wants to short. I get it. So I separated them. So, but if you wanted to, you could create, if you wanted all these four in a dock, you could do it. Well, the docking came about. I mean, I like it because, I just like the presentation of it. It's certainly not necessary. Before docking, the real reason for docking came about because, well, people wanted to be able to do something like this, but you didn't have to do this. What you could do is, generally for multiple monitors, okay? And what was happening is if you had multiple monitors, obviously I've got these on another monitor. So in free floating, I could create everything. And by the way, this is good for those of you who don't want to, they don't care about docking, but you have multiple monitors. And what you want is that you can arrange all of your trade ideas windows on all of your monitors exactly where you want them. And then what you do is this. You put your toolbar. Oh, this one just started trading, guys. This is an IPO. Just started trading. 21 to 24 was the projection. So it is above that right now, 27. Okay, 16 million shares. JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley behind this one. That's why I like to do it this way with the IPOs. I think this is way better than having an IPO scan of some sort. There is a way you can trick it, but I think this is better, in my opinion. Right at a glance, I can see what it's all about. But what I was going to say is that you take your toolbar, put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. So imagine all your Trade Ideas windows are floating, okay? And you put every window on your main monitor exactly where you want them. You put your windows, Trade Ideas windows on your other monitors exactly where you want them. And then you just click on Tools, Options, and you see where it says Layouts? You check Open relative to main window and save it. And then don't forget to save your work at the end. Trade Ideas will usually, well, not usually, it'll save File. And then if you click on Exit, I don't do that because for some reason my IB link gets removed. But if I clicked on Exit, it would say, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? Say yes. And then when you load Trade Ideas again, every window will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay. So, okay, AAB, AABB, are you talking about in an alert window as an example? I mean, it's just a matter of, yeah, okay. So, I mean, these are my colors, but so if I right click on my alert window, properties, colors. Okay, so this is just a palette and I can pick the color I want for my bullish alerts. These are the ones making new highs. My bearish alerts, ones making new lows. I can just pick from a palette. So you have complete control of what do you want it to look like. And then just say okay and move on to the next one, the bearish. Okay. And again, don't forget to save your work. Everything you do within Trade Idea, I mean, it's like any other software program, really. Unless you save your work, if you just exit without saving, or tomorrow, everything, even a minor thing like changing colors, it won't be saved. So make sure you save your work. All right, it is 11:53. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in. Steve will be in our YouTube room very soon. I'm going to make sure I haven't muted the site so I can hear when he enters. All right, I will hear him when he enters. So here's the YouTube link. When I do take my break at noon, Steve will take over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. No, I just missed the fulcrum and I missed the FULC. Let's see if it's still. I'm going to make a general statement, okay, and it may not apply to anybody in this trading room, okay? We get a lot of emails from people using Brokerage Plus. First of all, Trade Ideas is not a scalping program. If you're trying to put orders in to make 5 cents with a 1 cent stop, it's not going to work. Okay, it's just not going to work. You also can't, send 700 or 800 orders at the same time. It's not going to work. Now, I don't know if that applies to anybody in this trading room, but of course, I see all of the emails that we get from people wondering, how come this trade isn't working, or what's wrong? It's not. I mean, you'll never, ever, ever be able to, try to make 3 cents with a 1 cent stop. Okay. Bill, are you talking about in Interactive Brokers? Not sure. I mean, BATS is, of course. Are you talking about in Interactive Brokers? Okay, now you're talking top list windows. Okay, you're talking top list windows. I thought you were talking about alert windows. Those are, yeah, those are the preset ones. You can listen. I quite frankly, I don't use colors in our top list windows. I just don't think it's. I mean, it's okay, but it's a bear to use. Okay, I mean, I just don't use it. Um, there may be in the guide. Um, Let me see if there's something. There might be something in the guide that goes over, colors in the top list window. I don't care about the gradients. You see, here's what I use. I just want to know the ones that are down and the ones that are up. I just color code it like that. I don't have the shading, the gradient, and all that. I just find it too confusing. But there might be something in the guide that shows you. Where in Trade Ideas in the descriptions? I'm not sure where that is, Bill. I guess I haven't paid any attention to it. Are you talking about the exchanges? So I don't know if that sort of color goes into any detail in our guide. Let me just see.
Hello, Barry.
There you are. I hear you, Steve.
I hijacked your screen. I guess the minute you click share screen, it changes over. So good to know.
Okay, that's okay.
I'll click full screen there.
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, I'll let you take over right now. Then you might as well if you got your screen up and running.
All right.
All right, everybody. So I am going to. Steve will be in our YouTube room now. So let me just give me a moment here, Steve, as I mute myself. All right, I am on mute now.
Did Barry just say he's a mutant now? Hello, everybody. Back for a second day in a row to give Barry a break. Give Michael a break, who's on vacation yesterday. And today is my normal slot. So welcome, everybody. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. Hello, everybody. I actually got kind of a real world example for a lot of the stuff I talk about. I don't have it in this account, but I've got it mirrored in another account. UEC, I've been long for a couple days. Actually, I've been long since down there. And today was the day that I decided I needed to start taking some profits. So half of my profits were taken earlier in the morning, right when we took out those prior highs on a nice green bar. I like to take half profits on a big push higher on a breakout. And then what I'm doing with the remainder of it is just what I always talk about. It might be later today, it might be tomorrow, I don't know. But as long as the 15-minute chart shows the price holding above my 10 SMA, I'm staying in the second half. And that's how I like to exit winners. So, you know, it could be that I don't get much more than that first lot, but in case this thing keeps going higher, we've had 1, 2, 3, good 4 or 5 day run. I start to get very nervous when I'm in the money on a good trade and it's been 4 or 5 days. You don't want to overstay your welcome. You really don't. You know, granted, this stock is on all-time highs. It's never been higher. And a lot of times it makes a new high and then it just kind of fails. We got questions. Okay. Are you? Yeah. Which question do you mean? What difference does it make when it says Direct Edge, New York BATS, but NASDAQ? That's just telling you what exchange it trades on. BATS is a very unusual exchange. Notice right here, it tells you where the stock is. So let's pull up BATS by, I just happen to know that VXX ETF trades on BATS. There it is. See that? So that's really just a, BATS is kind of a dark pool ECN. ECN stands for Electronic Communication Network. That was the big quantum leap. When I started trading, we could bid and offer and make spreads and make markets using an ECN called Island and Arca. Arca's still around. But BATS is kind of a second seat. I almost want to call it dark pool, but it's an exchange. It's an exchange, and some of the ETFs and some of the things will show up on there. Most of your stocks are going to be on NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange / ARCA. But you can see in each symbol where it's coming from. Are certain exchanges more notable than others? Yes, NASDAQ and NYSE are the most notable. ARCA merged with NYSE, so that's the electronic version of NYSE. And NASDAQ we know about. And then we also have the Amex. Some stocks are on the Amex exchange and then some are on BATS. So hopefully that answered your question. Yeah, okay, so I guess we're caught up with questions. We can look at whatever you guys want to look at, your own charts. You want to talk about trading, we can talk about trading, talk about the product, how to make things work. The gold miners are doing really well. Okay, this market is a very sick market. Yesterday we opened up high, gap, and closed on lows. And I have a feeling we might try to, I don't know, this could be the high for the day again, who knows? But this is a very sick, feeble market under all moving averages now. They're all the averages are crossing over. NASDAQ is even worse in the Qs. We're now below this 50-day moving average, and I kind of see this as a lid. So I'm going to stay bearish until the price reclaims this blue 50-day simple moving average, and that will probably tell me it might be time to get out of shorts, because I have been in this. I haven't touched this. Again, I'm going to go back to the Qs. I'm going to notice that back here, 200-day moving average, big wall, another day right there, fake out there, held. Well, on this day right here, I said that's enough tests of the 200-day simple moving average on Q. I'm going to fade this rally. I'm going to fade this bounce because I think this was a short covering bounce. We took out that low down there, and then it was off to the races to frustrate the shorts. Sometimes you get the biggest bounces in a market that's changing direction, because you still have a faction of people that are both adamantly insisting upon buying the dip, and then those that are starting to now sell the rip. But I bought the SQQ as an inverse to the Q. So this is back here when it couldn't get above the 200 SMA. So I grabbed some SQQ, and I'm just going to hold on to it here. I really feel like we could be in for some more selling. So with that said, the flight to quality is in the gold miners again, silver, gold, and the miners. Last week's trade of the week was GOLD. It looks beautiful. Still very poised to try and assault that 26 level. The actual trade of the week this week was IYR, the ETF for real estate trusts, and it's not doing anything. It never triggered. It very well could bounce and collect strength off of this 20 SMA and move higher next week, so I'll keep that alert in there in case it does do that. All right, Bill. So if I see a bunch of orders on one NYSE, it's more notable than BATS. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, because they all contribute to the national best bid and offer, NBDO. And the NBDO could be with the BATS. The bid on Microsoft could be on NASDAQ at whatever 01, and BATS could bid it at 02. And that becomes the best national bid, because BATS participates in the exchanges. The exchanges are very fragmented now. And that, I don't think, to answer your question, what you're getting at, I don't think there's much to glean based on the exchange this is trading on. Your big cap stocks are pretty much all going to be NASDAQ and New York. All right, you're welcome, Bill. Anyone else want to look at a chart or need some help? We got a lot of time together. Can I recommend a way to stay in a day trade? Bill, I certainly can. And I assume it's probably one of your first times with me, because I'm going to do the same thing I tell everybody. And I'm going to use the actual trade that I am in right now in another account, UEC. Okay. I'm itching. This thing's up 20% for me. All right. I am itching to take profits on this thing, but I will kill myself. I will not forgive myself if I get out too soon. So what I do, and again, I'm a swing trader, but now I'm in day trade mode because I'm ready to take my profits. Okay. So I sold my first half right there, which kind of takes the pressure off and makes it easier to sit in the second half to see what happens. And that's what I'm currently doing. So for any day trade, ideally you're in something that's moving and it has momentum and it has volume and it's moving higher. All you need, and I'll just give you my chart, okay? All you need is a 10-period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart. And I will give you my settings right here so you can actually use the same chart. Okay, so once, I'll get to those in a second, but for me, UEC is going to stay alive until I get a closing candle breaching that. It could be an hour from now, it could be tomorrow, it could be at the end of the day, I don't know. But the minute I see that first candle close under the rising 10 SMA, That is my early warning system. It's my signal candle to get out and try and maximize my profits. So you're saying oil like DVN on here. Okay, look at that. What a beautiful example, Bill. Gapped up, got everybody long, and then so often, more often than not, these early movers try and shake people out. Well, you've got a double 2-for-1 here. What do I mean by that? You've got a gap fill. That's the gap from yesterday. We opened up and came down and filled the gap right there, which also correlates perfectly to the 10 SMA. So therefore, there is no reason to get out of DVN if you're day trading it right now. Looking at your other example, Oxy. Okay, Oxy did something a little bit more dastardly. It gapped up and it broke that 10 SMA, but look at where it found support. And you'll notice, Bill, on your chart that I just gave you, you're going to have another line. This is the 5-day moving average line using 130 candles. That's just the way it works out. If you do a SMA with 130 periods on a 15-minute chart, you will get a nice visual of a flowing 5-day moving average, not on your daily, but on your intraday. And boy, look at the correlation that happened there in Oxy yesterday. So I also use this moving average. It's kind of more of the backstop for the momentum. So it's been in momentum, but the momentum broke. Let's go back another day. Look at this. Geez, I'm going to go like this so we can really see it. Here's a beautiful example of a perfect day and a half. Never get out. If you were in right there and leaning on this simple moving average, look how many, it went a day and a half without getting you out. That's the intraday. That's the intraday that you want. Okay, but I'm just showing you that 130 because look at how that 130, which is the 5-day moving average. Okay, so it's called a 130 in there. But look at how it found support. It's a strong stock on the daily. Any strong stock is going to want to remain above its 5 and its 10-day moving average. But if it can stay above its 5, it's still very much in play. So Oxy is very much back in play here, and it's above its 10 as well. So I don't think I'd get out of this one. This is actually looking like a really nice swing trade. Beautiful consolidation. We're just waiting for that one day where we wake up and it broke out of that wedge. All right. So we got that one. Recommend a way to stay in a day trade. I hope that helps. TRD, I love how uranium increased a lot in price in the last few months. It seems like everybody wants to make its own reactor at home. Yeah. And Bill, remember, it's not a trailing stop. If it trades below 1 or 2 ticks, it's got to close below. So wait for the 15-minute candle to close before you make that decision, because otherwise you might get bounced out. That's why I wait for the close. Yeah, everybody's buying uranium and coal. BTU is coal. Arch is coal. Looking for alternative type of energies here. You know, there's some Alto is a what do we call that? Ethanol play. So you can see everybody's looking and searching around with the energy crisis, looking for whatever they can, whether it's, I don't know what they're going to do with the uranium, but I know they're liking nat gas. I know they're liking a lot of things. BORR was interesting today. I liked it. It gapped up, but then look, right now it looks like we're trying to break that intraday SMA. So gonna leave that one alone. All right. Is there a setting on the alert that would have caught GNS? Probably not. And I'll tell you why. Most of our alerts have to dig back at least 5 days to start to get some data points and some reference points. On a new issue that's only been around for 2 days or a day and a half, we really don't have any reference points. So the only thing you can do that I would recommend is you can create a scanner. All right. Just going to start from scratch. All you do is you go to halt, add that alert, and a resume. And the reason I'm showing you halt and resume is because if you have this alert always running, halt and resume, you will never miss an IPO. So yesterday, let's take a look yesterday here. If I go to yesterday history, GNS, look at that, GNS resumed. So that resume right there was when the stock opened. So what I'm saying is you can monitor these halt and resumes and look for new issues. If you're a new issue type of player, you can find them on the halt and resumes. I don't know if there's any other new issues on here. No, some of these are just regular halts. But the point is we're identifying a resume for the first time is actually a new issue. Warrior Trader caught it using in pre-market. Okay, so then I would say you want a pre-market alert, and what you would want to do is if you go to the channel bar, a lot of our what's moving in pre-market stuff is going to be right there on that cityscape. I don't know why it's a cityscape. Oh, I see, it's a dawn. The sun is rising. Most of your action in pre-market is going to be on there. So I suggest maybe going to that channel and looking at the histories and see if you saw anything with GNS in pre-market. So yeah, there's no 5-day ranges. All he was looking for probably is either gap down or gap up, and then pre-market movement, pre-market volume, and see if you can get a. You probably can't get a copy of that, can you? Pretty much anything moving quickly with good volume in pre-market, it doesn't take much to catch those. So I would suggest that pre-market channel and see what you find. Oh, okay. So you updated the charts. Let's see. So you updated Dan NYC, updated the charts in the new beta version. So what he's talking about, guys, is let's go to like fast mover like Tesla. Watch this little green window there, 466, 69, 70, 61, 54, 86, 47, 55. That's pretty damn fast compared to what we've had in the past. I'm sure a lot of you would agree. So if you want to really update your charts, I recommend going into the website for our website and downloading the most recent beta. And you will see a lot of improvement on the tick by. It's not tick by tick, but it's a tremendously sped up refresh rate. So hopefully you're liking that. Okay, why? Is that a stock? It's not coming up. Okay, why? Look at wedge on your 15. Is it OYK? You dyslexic like me? If you're playing scalps, you're certainly wise probably in using a 5-minute time frame, but I don't trust the 10 SMA on a 5-minute time frame as much as I do on a 15. So you could have both. All right, you could have a 5-minute and see what you're feeling, and then look over to the 15 and use that as your final check off to see if it's something that you want to stay in, I would imagine. Oh, you might have meant Oxy. Okay. Yes, so Oxy, as we used in that demonstration, it did bounce yesterday off that 5-day, and so I see what you're looking at right there. So this is your support, that 5-day is your support, so we are kind of creating a wedge. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see that and then go. I wouldn't feel at all nervous if I was holding this stock right now. It is definitely in play. Daily is holding the 10-day simple moving average, the intraday is holding the 5-day, and it's just kind of coiled up. ATER for Asia. Well, I wouldn't be chasing this. Now, if you were long, I want to point out something to you. If you're long, you just blasted through the 200 SMA there. Chances are you're going to find some resistance, and it looks like there is some selling. So if I was long this thing coming into today, I probably would have used that as my first target and sold half. The other half, doing just like I'm doing over in UEC. Did it break? No. Did it break 10? No. Stay in. So you could sell half on a nice move and then just let the other half trail and see what happens. Ideally, if it keeps riding that line, you're still in. I'm not sure what you mean. How can you catch from the low of the day to the high? Well, if I knew that, I'd probably do it all day long. You never really know when it's the low. That's the problem. You have to lean on support levels or pivot levels. GDX going to highs. I like it. UEC, I see no reason to get out of UEC. It's above my momentum line. How can you scan? Okay, I think I know what you might be alluding to, NC. Let me show you a filter that you need to be aware of. And that filter is called position in range. Notice we have 5-minute range, 30, 60-minute range, 5-day range, 3-month range. So any range can work, but we are talking about today's range. So position in range by itself, any stock, let's just do something. I'm going to grab this. Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to add it to my single stock window so we can see different ones. Position and range. I want to show that column. Show it. All right. So position and range at the 95th percentile. It's got some color in there as well. So UEC is at the 95th percent of its today's move, where 0 equals the low right there, and 100 equals the high right there. So you can use this filter to say, I only want to see stocks that are at the 90th percentile, or I only want to see stocks that are near their 0. There's many different ways to use this, but this is the only way we can quantify what the low and the current high is. And this will change throughout the day if it makes a new high or a new low. And the percent is not a percent from low, it's a percentile. So right there is your 50 percentile move. Let's look at some other stocks. Let's look at GDX. GDX is at 99.4. It's almost at highs. UUP. Oh, it's at 5%. UUP is at lows for the day. So, you can use this position to kind of help. Percent off the low. Okay. The only thing we can do is use the keyword, and the keyword you gave me is low. Above low in dollars, above low pre-market. Today's close, yesterday's low, open versus low. Well, those are custom channels. We really don't have anything. That might have to be a custom filter. And see, you might have to write us at info@trade-ideas.com. I'll type that for you and ask us, is it possible? Is it possible to make a custom filter for percentage move from low? And not really seeing that. I'm seeing the percentile of our daily range. Low. No, again, those are custom formulas. There's tons of percents in here. I could go all day long on those. One thing that we do have that is nice is position in yesterday's range. Previous day's range right there. So if previous day's range is already set, 0 is yesterday's low and 100 is yesterday's high, sometimes people will use this filter and say, hey, well, you know what? I want to see a new high today at 100, meaning it's at yesterday's high, now I'm making a new high for today. I want to know that. That's one thing you can do. But as far as just tracking percent off low, I don't think we have that value. Okay, NC, I'm telling you, we are having a major internal problem with our emails. If they haven't told you yet, check your spam filter. But we're in touch with Help Scout, which is our triage email, and we're letting them know we have serious problems. We've got multiple users that are now telling us they're not getting our replies. If you write us, we reply to you within the hour usually. The problem is for some reason people are not seeing it. I don't know if that custom formula is possible. And see, but definitely, if you have a Gmail account, check the spam folder on the left-hand side or the promos, and see if for some reason your internet provider is shoving those in a hole that can't be seen. Because we're trying to figure it out. It's definitely our kind of number one problem today in support, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Why are people not? Yeah, you used to get immediate responses because that's what we do. So something weird's going on. We're contacting them. But yeah, if it's not in your spam folder, who is your provider? Is it a webmail or is it a ISP? Hello, Perfect Circle. Can a topless window have a voice alert? No, it can't, Todd. It's the only one that doesn't have an event. So everything is event-based. The AI is event-based. My price alerts are event-based. Something happened and it pops up, and we can do all of those with price alerts using the Audible or the text-to-speech. But the top lists, they refresh every 30 seconds. So therefore, there's nothing that we can let you know because every 30 seconds you'd be hearing something. So what I do is I'll go through my list here and look at something, and here's my top list, and I'll say, well, if I just have to find a great example. If this GES looks ready, big short float, I'm going to wait for confirmation. I'm going to right click and I'm going to set a price alert. Once you've set that price alert, you can put an audible alert on that price alert, because all of my price alerts have right click, action, play sound, text to speech. So with the top list, you got to kind of make it a 1-2 punch. You got to identify the ones that you do want to track, and then you can create a audible price alert on there. Gmail. Okay, so it's weird. I noticed the other day, and see in my Gmail, it's on the left-hand side, inboxed, sent, drafts, all mail, and then spam. Just click that for me and make sure it's not in there, and you can let me know. It's happening only with some people, and it might be only happening with Gmail. We're trying to figure it out. Are you on Gmail, Perfect Circle? Or are you on something else? You have Gmail as well, all three of you. But you've had no problem sending or receiving mails from our Help Scout desk. Well, again, all we can say to the Gmail users is check that spam folder. That's all we have until we reach them and get some sort of a understanding about what they see. All right, so here's PSLV. I'm invested in this. I'm not trading it, I'm investing it. But if I was trading it, we got 2 minutes to resolve that candle right there. That's like a breach in the momentum of today. So I would be very careful on that example. How's my UEC doing? Is it holding above the moving average? Yes, it is. I'm going to put another little price alert in there. Just kind of move that up. Let me know if it goes to new highs. Give me a second while I type that information so we know that. By the way, guys, mentioned it yesterday. We have this new scan. For those that didn't pick it up yesterday, I'll give you the actual simple scan. This is a curated list of what we're watching, myself, Andy, and some of the other guys. More importantly, it's only updated if the stock looks like it's ready to do something. See, we came in and started this with putting in 10 or 12 stocks in there and just letting them go. But the market would open and half would be green and half would be red. So we're kind of double layer curating, waiting for the market to open, and then letting the noise kind of sort out, and then look at the ones that are setting up nicely and they get added individually, starting 5 minutes after the bell perhaps, and you'll see them for the first 30 minutes or so. And these are the ones from today. So these were the ideas that we were giving early in the morning. Tech, beautiful move, staying above the momentum line. CHPT moving, staying above its momentum line. And more importantly, this one is a nice play off the 50-day moving average. ChargePoint, electric vehicle charging, kind of interesting. And these ideas are for you to keep watching tomorrow and the next day and the next day. Yeah, there's the link. I got sidetracked. What we're watching. And then I'm going to show you something else. Aside from that single window, we've got more of a channel broken down to it altogether. So if you go new docked window, new docked channel bar, you get this. Now we can use this space to kind of create whatever we want in relation to the trader's eye. And this is where it is right there. So let's click that. And there is the scan right there. It's this one. This is the one I just shared with you guys. This one is showing us, hey, tech just made a new high. So it's kind of monitoring these symbol lists and showing in real time what make a new high. And this one over here is showing all these stocks in relation to how close they are to the 10-day simple moving average. I could double click that and see how close they are. That's the, change in 10 days and things like that. And also, you could run a stock race on these cars, change from the open, delta sort. And what that would do in real time is we'll just monitor all 5 of these stocks and say which one's starting to get bid, which one's starting to move. And you can keep an eye on those cars to tell us rather than looking at that whole channel. So again, guys, this is available to you right now. You don't have to just use, I just use this. You could use that as well. But there's some extra tools on that new docked channel bar that would allow you to go in and click on the trader's eye and use that as a workspace. That new channel is, okay, great question, Mark. That new channel is not on the web platform, but this cloud link that I dropped above can be loaded into your web version. So just use that. Just grab that web link if you don't know how to do it. Just right click and copy link address. And then on your web, I forgot the menus, but you're looking for load from cloud. It populates right there in that window. Didn't it? There. I had to populate it. So yeah, that's the best part, is that the if the docked version isn't available to you, at least you've got the guts of the whole thing that's making it run, and you can watch this. Now, we're not we're not telling you to buy, we're not telling you to sell, we're not telling you when and where, what we're doing. We're just saying this is what we're watching today, and these are the stocks that we're playing. So far, so good. I mean, I don't want to really get down on the AI, but it hasn't been doing that well lately. And it's also apples and oranges. The AI is kind of a day trading vehicle. This is not a day trading vehicle. This is meant to try and get some good swing trade setups. So if something you see on here is working and it works for you all day, and you want to take it home at night because it closed on highs, that's really when you should be taking things home, when you get a swing trade and it closes on highs that day, because you're going to have some follow through the next day. And that's when you can start piecing it out to the people that are chasing it. That's the contrarian methodology. That's the mentality of a contrarian. Anticipate, set up for a move, anticipate, then participate, and then start anticipating again that everybody who chases things and doesn't really have an idea what they're looking for, and they just chase whatever's running, you're feeding it to them for profits. You can do that all day long. It works. And on the flip side, Again, if you're chasing the herd, if you're chasing the breakout with everybody else, more often than not in this current market environment, you are going to get whipsawed. I don't even think I got to your question yet, Perfect Circle. What investing advice would you give to folks looking to invest in a company? Well, first thing most people do is they get excited about the story, the market, the potential, the people, whoever. But that's not enough to just invest in a stock. You've got to have the chart confirm the story. Let's look at Devon Energy here for a second. Oil. I'm bullish on oil and gas and mining. And okay, well, does the chart confirm the story? Yes, it does. Yes, the chart confirms the story. I'll give you a great example. I had to get out of it the other day again because I really wanted to participate in a company called MindMed. MindMed is experimenting with psychedelics to help people with PTSD and other psychological issues. Love the story. I love the story so much. I want this stock to work. Does the chart confirm the story? No. So that's all you have to do. Anybody can fall in love with a stock to invest in, but does the chart confirm the story? Is it in a downtrend? Is it being suppressed by all of its moving averages? No. But if MindMed gets back above that 50 and starts to consolidate above the 50 and starts to look like it wants to move up, that's the time to invest in the story stock, in the company that you're enamored with. Because that's really how most people that don't know what they're doing, I get it. Most people come here and they don't know how to read a chart. This looks like, hieroglyphics to them, footprints in the sand. But I've been looking at this for 50,000 hours and this makes perfect sense to me, but it takes time. So most new people, they just want to get involved with the story. And then they might look at the fundamentals. Okay, does it have cash? Does it have debt? Is it making money? That's always certainly important, but that should go into the story side. The fundamentals of a stock and the company should be on the story side. What do they do? What's the market? What's the potential? Who's the CEO? What's their balance sheet look like? Do they have any debt? Are they growing? That's important. But penultimately, I don't even think that's a word. In the end, I want to see the technicals supersede the story. And once that happens, then you have both things in line, and then you can take an investment. Worst thing people do, MindMed comes to mind. Worst thing people can do, and I bought some back here. Love the story. But then when it got to here, I said, what are you doing, Steve? You're in a declining stock below the 50, below the 10, below the 20. So now you're just waiting. You wake up each day and you hope for PR. If you find yourself in that situation, you probably shouldn't be in the trade. You should just get out, wait. Okay, so I saw this. I think I missed this. I didn't even participate in that. And I saw it go back down. I said, nope, not interested. Not interested. I saw it bottom here. I saw it bottom here. And then I'm going to show you where I got interested again. I got interested again right there. Why? Just like I said on the other stock that I mentioned, I forgot the name, but there's the declining 50, the general health of the stock. This thing's been under that weight for a long time. I said, oh, look at this. I like those setups. I'll take those setups. But it only lasted 2 days. I got out that day right there. I said, I'm not sticking around. I'm not sticking around for this. Broke my moving averages, closed below the 50. The reason I was in it was because it broke above the 50 and was consolidating, looking to fly out of my hand like a bird. But it disappointed, rolled back over. And you probably still have the same people in here that bought it back here that don't want to get out because they believe in the story and they're afraid the minute they get out, it's going to gap up 20% and they're going to miss out and have to chase it. So hopefully that little sermon helped. Yeah, Michael, for news, we only have one option. There's nothing we can scan for news, but I'm telling you, high relative volume and volume bursts, 5-minute volume explosions, and that's going to come off of news. So we can spot news setups in the movement and the price action, but we can't use news to scan or filter. So let's look at MindMed. Does MindMed have any news? Well, we got to come up here to the single stock window. By the way, this isn't bad right here. It's trying to do something. It's above its 5-day moving average and its intraday. Maybe it's going to try, but in the bigger picture, I'm not interested. MindMed, what's the news? There we go. Click 413. Mind Medicine, reviewing Hexo. MindMed. So there's a story on that one. Looks like it's a blog trying to get many clicks and advertisements, but nonetheless, it's something. So that's how you get news. That's the only way we can point you towards news. And again, we really can't scan for it. So we have to call the symbol first and then the news second, and then we can click into the news tab. Michael. Would you pick a stock that you like the story on and just set an alert for when it crosses? Yeah. Yes, for sure. I mean, I might have to set an alert there in MindMed again when it gets back above the 50. And then I'll watch it for a day or two and see what happens. I used to love a stock called POW. It's a story of ammunition short supplies. This thing had a wonderful big moves back here, but it's kind of fallen off the radar. So I'm not interested. It's very easy to get excited about story stocks. You know, CFVI, Rumble platform, SPAC. Everybody thought Joe Rogan was going to come on, and it was a big trade back here, and I was participating in it, but I didn't get out quick enough. I eventually got out for a profit, but once it broke this 50 and it's just dying on the vine down here. I love the story, but I'm not touching it. I will wait. Maybe you'll set a price alert there and see if it gets back above the 50. Yeah, that's why I use that price alert religiously. If I change symbols on a stock that I might like, and I'll forget to go back and do it. So I've usually got a lot of stuff going on in here. You know, those are all my untriggered. So, you know, and then I'll clean it out and start again once they've all triggered. Are we going back to highs? Yeah, we sure are. Personally, I feel like NASDAQ's really going to run into a brick wall pretty much right here, which also corresponds to right there. This market is still guilty until proven innocent for me. BTU on highs. Energy continues its way. You're welcome, Circle. Yeah, so you just need that single stock window. Remember, I used that earlier because it's a nice collector of data points. No matter what stock you bring up, whatever you want to see the metrics on, fundamentals, balance sheet, position and range, float, short float, volume today, 5-minute volume, 1-minute volume. I love these. You can add those and just look at whatever you want. ICPT. I was in this one the other day only because it was a giant short float, but I don't like to take home pharmaceutical stocks. I took it home one night, and that was more than I've really bargained for. I don't like pharmaceutical stocks holding overnight because they can lose their pipeline approval the very next day and you're done. But the story here is 23 million in the float. 42% of those 23 million are short. I would be extremely nervous if I was a short in the stock. So at any given time, and you can see, what did I do? I've got my price alert in there. I think if it gets above this line, I might participate again, possibly for a day trade, because it would be a mother of a short squeeze. Correct. Good observation, NC. Volume 1 minute is only available in alerts, not tops, but we do have a workaround. I'm going to show you real quick, and you're going to have to write in to get it. But if I go to configure, oh, that's an alert window. Configure on the top list, and I type in 1 minute volume. See this right there, 1 minute volume in percent, U97. So that is, it's a very simple custom formula. We can also do 1 minute volume in shares. So we can do 1 minute volume in shares or 1 minute volume as a percentile, as a percent of what it normally does. So if you see this value at 300, that means the current 1 minute volume is 3 times normal that stock's 1 minute volume. So the answer is we can load that for you, but you'll have to ask for it. Just send an info@trade-ideas.com requesting 1 minute volume custom formula be added to your account, and it will show up at the very bottom down here. Yeah, I make sure I've always got that single stock window visible because it's just, my eye goes to that a lot. I'm in some of the CTV egg too, very small, just kind of grinding along. All right, you're welcome. NC. All right, we got 15 more minutes. If I play a pullback red candle for a bounce and enter on divergence, where would you put a stop if wrong? Well, the only thing, are you talking about a daily chart or an intraday chart? And give me an example of the stock maybe. All right. Intraday on indices, Qs or SPYs. I don't really use divergence. I only use it on a daily. Okay, and here's where I saw divergence on the daily, lower low, kind of a higher low in the RSI. So for me, RSI is a much slower indicator. I don't use it on my intraday. The only thing I'm going to use on my intraday is, am I long? Is it above the 10 SMA? Then stay long. So if I was long Qs, I wouldn't be getting out here. But you guys can check later in the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to run into some issues here. And what's going to happen is these two moving averages are going to start to paint the price into that corner. And personally, I kind of expect that to fail. But what do I know? I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, I was typing. Sorry. Hello, hi, yes, James, it's me. I am Steve today. Every Wednesday. Don't forget, guys, it's a short week. Friday is a market holiday. I got a few minutes, James. If you want me to help you with something, fire away. Yep, you got the right room. You can always probably scroll back too on the live if you want. That just occurred to me. If people show up late and they miss something, you can always scroll back on this live Prezi and kind of catch up. Okay, hello, Mark. Looking for a scan to identify large cap stocks trending intraday. Is there something you can share that I can use? Yeah, a couple ideas. Trending intraday. So let's just use a top list. Okay, let's use a top list. And I'm going to go market cap. Cap. Add filters. So, I mean, this is where it gets kind of goofy, but where to go? Market cap. So you could say 5, 10, 10 billion and up. You know, market cap, you have to kind of define it by the price structure. You got to put all the zeros in there. And then something that you could do is you could say change from the close is at least positive. Maybe you could put, 5%, at least up 5% on the day. And then when you said trending, well, here's something that's kind of cool for trending is you can do consecutive candles. Consecutive candles, maybe a 5-minute or even a 15-minute. It's up to you, but that's your choice. But if I did 15 minutes, if I wanted to see stocks that are up on the day, at least 0.5%, and daily move, daily average is at least 500,000, whatnot. Price. So this is going to give me a list of all the big cap stocks that are at least up 0.5% today that just had 3 consecutive candles to the upside. And not too many. Big cap trending higher, big cap trending higher. You see the key is those last 5-minute, 15-minute candles are all consecutive. So I will leave you with that as a starting point for something you could work with. Call it big cap trending today. That's for you, Mark. And see, there's no more history than 64 days. That's the most our servers can handle. You'd be amazed how many billions of lines of data that is. We've got to purge it at some point, and 64 days is our cutoff. If you're getting too many returns on something, you want to dial in the volume, bring the volume up, or the average daily volume up, or something like that to try and weed out the noise. That would be the first thing. Well, yeah, even for today. Yeah, I would say you might have just too many returns. if you're getting too many, that doesn't do you any good to get 1,900 symbols a day to try and move through. The idea of trade ideas is to try and pare that down to a manageable list, kind of like we do with what we're watching here. If you want to see what it showed, okay, if you're using, okay, I think I know what you're talking about now. If you're using a top list window, all you're going to be able to see is a 5-minute snapshot. So you're going to have to know that 5-minute snapshot you want to see. It's going to show you everything that showed up in that window historically, but you have to pick the date and the 5-minute time window. With alert windows, it's much easier. We can just go history, today, show me everything, show me yesterday. But with the top list, we have to pick a moment in time. Okay, if it's an alert, then the only thing you can do is go back and show today. And then if it does that and it stops, oh, my UEC just triggered. That's good. That's a good sign. So if it stops, look at this. This might be what you want right here, more. I think that's what you wanted right there, okay? NC, right click, history today, let it scan, and then ask for more. I think that's what's holding you up there. Does not repeat. It's going to repeat in history. There's nothing you can do about repeats in history. What we can do is we can make it so it doesn't repeat in real time. So for properties, don't repeat in real time. That will do it. So you want more for your history. You're going to be stuck with the repeats, but you can use don't repeat in real-time live mode. All right, Barry. Barry's on his way back. He says he's got some ideas for you. Yeah, he's got a trick he can show you. Okay, good. So again, here is our curated ideas, 4% up from the open, 4.5%, 3.5% from the open, REI, 2% from the open, barely up, and DVN. Everything's green on here. This is always going to be a long only list. At some point in the future, we might have some shorts, but right now we're just doing long only. All right, guys, I think Barry's going to be here in a minute or two. Anything lasting that you need to get before I bail? Is there an oscillator you like for intraday? No. Intraday is just momentum, volume, and moving averages. I really don't use the RSI except on a daily. Will my relative volume scanners work in the pre-market? No. Great question. So if you want pre-market data, you've got to get relative volume out of there because it will suppress all the other filters and you won't see a return. Relative volume is only calculated in the regular market hours. We can't do that in the pre or post. Well, all that I showed you was click the more for more returns, but Barry is going to come on here in a minute, and Barry's aware of the chat, and he says he's got some other ideas to show you. So probably something I wasn't aware of on how to parse through the data of a history that has a lot of duplicates in there and find what you're looking for. So hang out for him. He'll be right here in a minute, unless he's already there eavesdropping, which I'm sure he is. There he is. All right, let me pull up my little studio here. All right, looks like Barry took it back. Very good. All right, guys, thanks. I will talk to you next time.
I know why. I had my mic on mute. Now you guys can hear me. Sorry about that, Steve. I had my mic on mute. Okay, just give me one moment as I get my music rocking again, and then I'll show you what to do and see, okay? Okay, I am going to load an alert window that usually has a lot of alerts in it. Okay, so just give me a moment here. So are you watching all this, NC? Yeah, don't worry about what I'm doing right now, but I just want to show you what you can do. I know exactly what you're talking about. I want to make sure I get a lot of alerts. Okay, get rid of that one. Okay, good. 21,400. Get rid of that. Okay, so I should get a lot of alerts right now. One other thing I've got to do. Okay. So in this particular case, if I did a history right now, probably get a lot of alerts. Yeah, lots of alerts. And you see, I think what you don't want to see is you don't want to see VOD repeating over and over and over again, right? As an example. That's what you're trying to get rid of. Just looking for a yes to make sure I know what you're talking about. Again, this is just an example. You don't want to see the same symbol repeating over and over. Okay. So this is the trick. I'm going to go back to real time. Do it. I haven't done this for a while, so I'm just going to do it off screen just so I remember how to do this. Yes, okay, that worked. Sure, there's no repeating symbols. Yes, no repeating symbols. Okay, so again, there are a ton of alerts in here. So let me start from scratch. So I'm going to go back to real time. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. So before you do the history, you right click, properties, and view mode, and select group and sort by. And you might want to go, this is what I do. These are drop-down menus. You can go keep newest, sort by time in descending order. So I'll let you take a look at this first. Okay, so again, right click, properties, view mode, group and sort by. And this is what I do. So keep newest, time descending. Say okay. You following along there? I need one more yes so I know. I see 3 yeses. I just want to make sure you got that. That's because I had, that's because I was muted. Thank you, Pepe, as always. So many mute buttons now with all these two rooms. There's about 5. So NC, did you get that? I want to make sure you saw what I'm doing. Okay. So now I say okay. So now if I do a history of today, you're going to see, now you're going to see them, you'll see it over and over again, but eventually what's going to happen, it'll disappear. Okay, see how that disappeared? So how there was several BCRXs, and once it goes through the entire, through the history, it'll only show you the first time. Now you can do it another way. If you want to see the very first time you had the alert, you would choose ascending order as opposed to descending. But that's the crux of it, okay? That's a little trick. I don't even know how I know that. It's, but I haven't used this for so long, but I think I discovered it years and years and years ago. Okay, you're good to go? Okay, great. All right, guys. Now, yeah, the Viru over 12. I mean, again, it is still kind of challenging that I mean, it's still got $1 to go or over $1 to go, but this is like, I would not be surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised by anything anymore. But the high of 2 days ago was way up here at 1450. Yesterday got up to about 1380. It just sort of paused yesterday. You can't see relative volume in the pre-market. Okay, it doesn't work. If you have relative volume in the pre-market as a filter, you'll get no data. Okay. What you can do is this. This is what I do in the pre-market. There were my pre-market scan layout. So this is what you can do. Now, the volume today percent filter, I don't use it once the market opens at all right? But the volume today percent filter, you can use it in the pre-market. So what that would mean is, so that's 238. Okay, that's 238%. In other words, 2.3 times normal. It's not such a big deal once the market is open, but this is my pre-market. So when I open this window, whatever time I open this window, I'll start checking this volume today percent. Well, let's just say, for argument's sake, one of them said 50, like 50%. All right. What that would mean is that this stock in the pre-market has already traded 50% of what it has normally done on average over the last 10 days. Okay. So that can be pretty significant. Okay. So that was a filter that you can use. Relative volume, though, does not work in the pre-market. If you use the relative volume in the pre-market, you'll get no data. But that is, in my opinion, that's probably as good, because you want to see something that is really, doing something abnormally, and that's going to show you. I mean, if something is normally traded, a million shares, I'll do some, nice round numbers, a million shares over the last, just a minute, please. If somebody has traded a million shares on average over the last 10 days, okay, and it's trading 500,000 shares already in the pre-market, in other words, 50% of what it has normally done, that's significant. So you can use that, that filter in the pre-market to find things that are really trading abnormally for them. Okay. So what I do, I mean, this is my pre-market routine. I mean, the obvious thing to do is always look for the change from the close. What are the ones that are, again, this is still working, but imagine this is in the pre-market. So the obvious thing to do is to sort on the change from the close to see the ones that are up the most and the ones that are down the most. Obviously those are the ones probably are the most active. But then what I do is I start sorting on the different columns and say, okay, great. Because your eye is drawn to the ones that are up there, but there could be something up 5%. You're not really seeing it because your eyes aren't drawn to it. You're only drawn to the really, like the ones that are up absolutely the most. But you can say sort on the volume today percent column, and that'll give you a different look. I mean, look, well, I mean, the ATRS is still up there, but you can just sort on it, the double left click, and that'll sort on it on any one of the columns. And that just gives you a different, a different look. So anyway, this is, this is one I'm sharing. Well, I can't help you there. I mean, if it's a large inside move, I mean, all I can show you is what you can do with our, using a filter. Like that's what I've been using pre-market forever. Probably 8 years now, 8 or 9 years. And whether it's an inside move or not, it doesn't matter as long as it's moving. It has to be up a certain percent. Otherwise, it's not going to be interesting. SNPS, let's take a look at SNPS. No, top list cannot have the idea of a top list. Remember, it updates every 30 seconds. It's a completely different function from the alert windows. All right. I mean, alert windows you want because I think you asked that question probably in the YouTube room, and I think Steve gave you the same answer I'm going to give you. I mean, alert windows, it's an event that happens. So with certain filters, if the filter values are met and the stock makes maybe a new high or a 5-minute high or whatever that alert is, you'll get a voice alert or you get a sound alert, whatever you want. Top list windows get updated every 30 seconds. The idea of a top list is, it's sort of like a sorting, show me the stocks that are up the most today as an example. Okay. Doesn't mean they're making new highs. So at the time, a stock could be up 50% for the day. It could be moving down, but it could still be on the top of the ones that are up the most. So, it's a completely different function, the top lists. So did you get that? Did you hear me then, Todd? Completely different function, the top lists. I'm not sure if Todd heard me. Okay. Well, again, alert windows, they're designed to have sound alerts if you want, because it's an event that happened, at the time, a real-time alert. Okay, a real-time event has happened. Top lists get updated every 30 seconds. There's no real event like that. Okay. Just use text to voice, AABB. You're asking a lot of basic questions. I hope you've gone through our user guide. because that's just a sound alert, okay? But if you right click configure and go to, I mean, there is, listen, software, I'm not just talking to you, but it's software. There is a learning curve, okay? Take a look at the user guide. First take that 30-minute video and then look at the user guide. And, but I know I'll show you how. But these are, you're asking a lot of different types of questions that are answered. But if I right click and go to properties and then actions, here's, this is the common setup. And check that play sound, set up the sound, and then you can go text to speech. But again, you probably only want to do it for one window. The whole idea of sound alerts is to put a different sound alert on for your different windows. If you put text to speech on every single window, you'll never know which one to look at. Okay, so that's the whole idea of our sound alerts. And so you can do one of them. You don't have to, but you can do one of them. Then after that, use a custom sound, select, and this is all in the guide. Click on Mad Money. These are some folders that we've got in here. Here are some sound alerts we have within each folder. So these are the 3 folders that we've got. Okay. All right, I'm watching this ATR, see if it can regain 6. So yeah, look at this. Wow, I didn't realize it was that expensive. So this SNPs and SNPS. Wow, what a drop here. It's only 1.23%, but it was up. It was up during the day. So okay, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Boy, this Aider, I'm still somewhat interested in it if it can regain that 6th level up in this maybe 625 level. It's not a low float either. I mean, 50. Now this METC, boy, that was scary. I almost hopped in that short. I think I was all set to hop in this short. I think Steve was still in the room, and I just held off a second, and then it just absolutely exploded. Now let's see. Any news on this one? Specific news: coal mining shares surge as Europe's Russia coal, et cetera, et cetera. Well, crater or not to crater? That is the question. METC. $18.79 is the VWAP also, so I wonder if this was even shortable. I wouldn't be shorting this one. This outside, a little outside the range. A lot of shorts available too. 5.8 million shares. But wow. So from 320 to 300. What about 8%, I guess? I'm just waiting on METC to see if it can fall from here. If not, I'm out. It's that 200-day, not the 200-day, but the VWAP. It's got to take out. The struggle right at the VWAP, right at that VWAP. And that is for the METC. All right, guys, I'm just, well, I'm watching the Ader. I mean, listen, it's all over the place. So, if you're going to do this one, you better have a very, well, I would take not very many shares and have a fairly wide stop because this is very choppy right now. Only thing that'll get me kind of keen on it is that maybe it gets back up to that 620 level and to see how it trades and then see if it can attack the highs up there. I don't use MACD, okay, James, but let me just see what it says. Okay, so now first of all, I have to see if there's any way a custom filter can be built to do that. I mean, off the top of my head, no, because I mean, if I just right click and do a search on MACD, I mean, this is what we have. So if you don't find what you're looking for right there, okay. Now, let me just see if there's any data points for MACD. I doubt there are, but let me just see. All right, I'm out of the METC minor gain. I'm gonna have to wait for a big break of the VWAP to maybe get back in. Yeah, so we have no data points for MACD, so I guess the answer is no. The same thing with RSI. I mean, we don't have any data points for RSI. So I mean, what you want is like price minus RSI or something like that. We have no data points. Let me do one more check. And this is what I'm talking about. When I talk about data points, these are, I can give you this. I mean, but these are the data points that we have in which you can construct custom formulas and all. And notice there's no RSI. There's no. Now there's one other one I can take a look at, but I have my doubts. Yeah, there. Okay, so with RSI, you can construct. Let me see if there's anything with MACD here. No. Okay, so with RSI, so I can give you this. I don't know if you ever constructed a custom formula before, but okay, so this is what I'm looking at. Okay, so here's a 1 minute RSI, 2 minute, 5 minute, 15, 60, and daily. So these are the formulas that you can use. So in theory, you could, if you wanted to find the price, a certain percentage or a certain amount above or below, and I'm going to have to send you to the user guide, and it's going to show you how you can construct custom formulas. Okay, depends how important it is to you to do this. Okay, I mean these are pretty simple. I mean this would be, notice here, this is the formula. I mean it's just a data point. Way up here, price. So you could in theory you could go price minus, and of course it follows you have to have these brackets and all. So price minus wherever that RSI was. So 5 minute price minus this RSI 5. And if you want it to be a certain amount above it or below it, that's up to you to construct the formula. And how to do it? Okay, so you've got to go to our user guide. Again, click on my home page. Okay, so if you go to my home page, and then when you click on that, okay, I better click on it. I'm getting all these tabs up here. Just a minute, please. We are now just below that VWAP now for METC. Do you have a value area at all, Zach, for this one, for this thing on the way down? Okay, sorry about that. So when you click on my homepage link, sorry about that. This is what you're going to find, course, and then go to the education section. Click here, education, and then click on the user guide, and you'll see there should be something about custom formulas or something like that. Where are they? Custom formulas. Click on that link and it'll explain how you can create your own custom formulas, okay? Now, it'll be up to you to create the formulas. This gives you the idea and it gives you the two links where the data points are. If it is that important to you. Very few of our customers do this. It's an advanced topic. Yeah, I meant the METC, yes. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'll be right back. All right. Hmm. Well, yeah, you're right. A little struggle at the VWAP. Let's see if it really gives it up again. I mean, I did take a short around the 1890s, and I got out for a little gain, and then I'm trying to reshort it again. If I just want to see how well it gets underneath that VWAP. I mean, right now 69.78 is the bid ask, but there's the VWAP. Right there at 1879, so it's slightly below it. What's the market doing? So the market after that hour and 15 up, kind of based, little pop again, and maybe giving up a little bit, but the markets are still pretty strong. Boy, has this been strong all day. TPTX. I know it's on your topping tail, on your topping scan, but boy, oh boy, has this been strong. And this showed up on the 10-day daily breakout at 30.74, 33.11 right now. This has been super strong today. This is the one that I was showing how you could take a pullback trade. It does not have any pullbacks whatsoever, and that is the TPTX. Yeah, this looks like the end of Ader. It's not shortable for me, I don't think. Not shortable for me. This looks like the end of it. I was thinking maybe if it could find its way over 6, but certainly the end of it for a while. LTUM, I don't think I saw it all day. LTUM? LTUM, is that what, a lithium play or some sort? Yeah. I didn't see this at all. Is this a pink sheet stock? Yeah, it's a pink sheeter, so yeah, I don't see those. Man, 29 cents, $1.10, right back down. Wow. Yeah, not too many pink sheeters in the room here. So this was a Tesla rumor. This was all about Tesla. So now, huh. So this when did this happen? Because this was on the 12th. Rumor circulating in social. We have not received so much as an expression of interest from Tesla. Well, listen, you got to hand the guy or give the guy some credit. Now, did he sell all his shares as it was going up, and then came up with the comment? Come on, METC, do something at that VWAP. Give it up. Another little move here for MRSN on some volume. MRSN on some volume, but it is coming right into yesterday's high, 443. So that could stall it. And even if it got through that, it looks like there's too much resistance. Is this shortable? It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. You asked a question a little while ago about the apes and BBBY, and it looks like they did not step in. They did not step in. And here we go, 18, starting to drift down now. And this is an earnings play for Bed Bath & Beyond. Dwayne's broker is the same as mine, IB. Yeah, Viru has them, or IB has them from time to time. All right, guys, I'm just going to leave METC. It looks like it's, I wanted to really crack through that 200-day, but it's not doing it. So yet anyways, I think what I'll do is I will put an alert down in this area here, 1865, and see if it really takes it out later. But otherwise, just forget about it. All right, market is making a little bit of a downturn now. Okay, now this may be the end of TPTX. Look at on the 15-minute chart. Let's get a big 15-minute chart up. Let's see what I'm talking about here on a 15-minute chart for TPTX. And you'll see we have 3 topping tails now. All right, 3 topping tails. Look at this. At 4, if you count that one. So again, what does this all mean? This all means, remember, the buyers had it up here. And this candle right there had it up here. Sellers close it here. Buyers had it up here. Sellers close it here. Buyers had it way up here. Sellers, now this candle hasn't closed. It'll close in about 10 seconds. And so to me, if 32 is taken out, that could give us a little bit of a short opportunity. Because again, the buyers have been trying, but the sellers keep knocking it down. Eventually the buyers are going to give up. for a while anyway. We have to see what happens in this candle, of course, but you mean if it pops up there, that's where you want to short it for the TPTX? Yeah, it's just terminology. Yeah, I call them topping tails, bottoming tails, and topping tails. Yeah, I mean, this Viru is strong. I mean, it's almost going to make a new high right now for the day. Boy, I mean, there's that high of yesterday, 1393, so it's about $1.60 away from that. The news in that Viru. Is this what days ago? What was this for again? Oh, this was a COVID play. Okay, I thought it was something else for some reason. A COVID play. Okay. And yeah, the analysts put a $24 price target on it. I think several analysts have gone, I think one at 18 and one at 24 maybe. So we'll see. Always amused by these price targets that are put on these. Woof falling under the VWAP. Let's take a look at Woof. 2136 is the VWAP. So yeah, it's just barely underneath it now. Okay, guys. Speaking of Woof, I think I heard Chloe Woof in the background. I think she needs to be taken out. Just a minute, okay? False alarm. PK, I saw this one earlier. This has been basically straight up all day. PK. Saw this one a little earlier and just was watching it around here, and it just keeps moving higher and higher through the 200-day now. Through the VWAP quite a while ago, and now it is through the 200-day moving average, 1881. And that is PK looking left. It's got some room, a little less than $1 till the next high. Yeah, for me, it has to take out that whole number again. That's just me, though. I mean, it has bounced off the VWAP for at 567, but for me, it has to take out the whole number. But that again, that is just me. I'm very conservative when it comes to these whole numbers. Uh, I'm not a pro. I do not consider myself a pro. If I were a pro, I'd have to pay exchange fees. Okay, so I'm not a pro. I'm just somebody who's been trading for a while. Yeah, but there be others. I know Shady doesn't agree with that at all. This whole number, neither does Real. So with this whole number stuff, but that's just the way I've been trading. Well, let's take a look at the short float on CEI. I mean, it's 13%. I mean, that's fairly high, I guess. I thought it was going to be like 30 or 40%. Okay, guys, we're almost 2 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, what I'd be saying in here, I mean, obviously there wasn't tremendous enthusiasm. I mean, yeah, it got, when it came out of the halt, it popped up only a dime or maybe 15 cents. Not a lot of enthusiasm for PLAG. How many times was it halted? Just the one time. So yeah, so it got halted and it really didn't move that much. And now, yeah, I mean, it's over right now anyway. I mean, the first halt is usually pretty good. Pretty good meaning when it comes out of the halt, when it resumes, I mean, I'm not obviously not with the flag, but you can see a nice pop and then a continuation. And if you get lucky, then there's a second halt. If you got lucky because you were in before the first halt, the second halt can be kind of good sometimes. It's usually the third halt that gives it up. This really didn't move after that first halt. Well, I'll tell you if it looks interesting to me. Okay, that's Redbox, right? RDBX. I've seen this one for a while. It looks putrid to me. I mean, intraday it's having but look, I mean, it's just you're in a parking lot right now. Your money is doing nothing. Um, the daily it is coming up a little bit. Yes, you're right. It's just that when I look at the weekly, I mean, it's got to really crawl a lot to get. I mean, it depends what you're looking for. I mean, you're looking for a longer term hold or $3, to me looks like a lot of resistance. I mean, it's had a nice, couple of days. I mean, it's only up 3.6% today, so I would not be getting too excited. But yeah, I mean, I suppose it is trying to come back a little bit. But I look over here, I see 260, I see 270. I mean, there's all sorts of little pockets of resistance. In fact, there might even be one right there, 227, 228. Yeah, so I mean, it's right at these areas here. I mean, you'd need news. I mean, it's a low float, so I mean, obviously, if it got news, it had news, I think, on these days here, but it would need some news to really get it rolling. Yeah, this is, I mean, I'm looking at that METC, and to me, it should have been way more dynamic on the upside or the downside, based on what it was doing and a very low float, 21 million, but I think if Veru can get back over 12 again, you may get some people coming back in a little bit. You know, just have to see if it gets back over 12 again. Still a ton of volume, right? What is the volume on Veru? 110 million, 64. So this is going to trade the float, of course, double by the end of the day. That'd be 128 million. Probably do another 17 before the day's over. I'm not even sure the ATER is over. ATER. I mean, it's the same sort of thing. Taking out 6, this area up here. But these are highly risky. I mean, look. All right, there is the TPTX. Just gave it up from that 32 level. Frequency, let's take a look at FREQ. I don't see it anywhere on my scans, and the reason being, okay, the relative volume's not bad. Won't show up here. Might show up in another scan, but I don't see it anywhere else. Doesn't mean it's not good. Volume's picking up a little bit. Look left. $1.60 is the next high looking left. To me, it just looks like it's got all these little areas that could stall, unless there's some incredible news about it, which I don't see. Guys, the Vero is getting closer. It's at 12 now. Let's see if this holds and starts to move again. All right, again, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute. I've got a couple things I want to do. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's see if this Viru can hold this 12 level. And you know, the 8's at 6 now. So these two flyers may not be over. ATER, come on. All right, now the METC is popping. METC is starting to pop over 19 now. Over 19, that whole number, taking all this out. And of course, you know, it hit a high of what, 1960, 1963. So this may be, and it's out of the 2 minute. Looks like it is trying to get out of this consolidation, a little bit of consolidation. Okay, guys, the 8 is starting to move. It is starting to move, but be careful. I mean, not a low fault, but it's, you know, it's very, very choppy. 1618 also is the 200-day moving average. So not 16, sorry, 618 is the 200-day moving average. So yeah, I mean, there had been an argument to be made when it bounced off the VWAP. You could take the trade and then watch as it gets closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. If you were in that, I'd be definitely probably selling some now in case it cannot break the 200-day. If it breaks the 200-day, look out. I mean, it did it earlier, like nothing. So, I mean, I suppose the same thing could happen. Okay, again, I'll be right back. All right, guys, 2:13. So not that much time left. My time in the mic anyway. Ah, yeah, right. That made me laugh out loud. You heard it. You heard it here. The METC. Yeah, I mean, the Viru, I mean, I think if it can get over 12 again, it might give people a little more confidence, maybe. But if it doesn't, yeah. I'm interested just because of what happened a couple days ago. That's the only reason I'm somewhat fixated on it because, I mean, I'm looking over here. Yesterday got up to 1386, and the day before got up to 1450. It's a virus play. I mean, it's still, relatively strong. It has not collapsed from that first day. There's the ATER, guys. This is still not over. Man, oh man. So that's a nice little break here on the 2-minute chart, even. Nice little break if it continues. Don't see a ton of volume coming in. Oh, it could be. I mean, listen, it's just an emotional play right now. I mean, all traders are looking at what happened yesterday, the high, and the day before. And could it happen again? And all of a sudden, if there's some enthusiasm that comes in, hey, it could happen again. And of course, I'm not saying it. I've got my alert set over 12 and see if it happens. All these little levels. All right, guys, I'm just going to show you how you can get out of a trade. I'm just going to get out of this owl. This isn't the simulator. I'm just going to highlight it. I'm going to flatten it. I'm out. Now, let's just for fun take a look at the ATER, ATER. Okay, so there's the ATER. Okay, so let's just, maybe not. Looks like it wants to give up 6 again. Well, let's put a stop way down here. There's the Veru trying again. Let's put a stop. So let's put a stop for the Ater. If you were going to, say swing this one, you'd have to have a very wide stop, of course. So, you wouldn't want to see it get down below 567. You might not even want to see it get down below here, of course, but that's way too wide. But let's just, for fun, we'll put a stop at 567. But it's starting to move down. I'm trying to show something that might be interesting to hold overnight. That's all. And show you how you do that. If you don't get out of a trade in the simulator by the end of the day, then it'll turn into a swing trade. Give me a moment as my Bluetooth left me. Oops, William, you went long. You must be out of it now then, METC. You must be out of it now. Now that is below the VWAP. The VWAP actually increased. I think it was around 1875 the last time we saw it. So now this is below the VWAP. Looks, and the spread is not terrible. Wow, you're such a flirt. VERU, such a flirt at 12. Boy, just need some volume. Just need some volume to just pop it right through. Look at this. I mean, the volume is, hey, look, the volume is good. It's just not in relation to the previous candles. But all of a sudden, we get like a little volume bar like that. Get one about that big on the 2, which would translate to a pretty good one on the 5, which if it kept up would look pretty good on the 15. So we'll just see. All traders are looking at, though, is this looking left. Well, every time it gets up to this level, it just kind of pulls back a little bit. It just needs that energy to pop it through. Anyway, sort of a boring day. That's why I'm kind of fixating on it. And boring day for me. Okay. I know there's stuff happening. Sorry, guys. There's just some internal stuff happening. So I'm just keeping tabs on that. Not too interested right now. All right, guys. 2:31. So all I'm going to do right now is just go over my homepage one more time before I get off the mic at 3 o'clock. Room will be open until 3:30. All right, so what do you mean by that? It seems like you're trolling the room. One more post and you're gone. Sounds like you're trolling this room. Well, change your name, Vicky. Come on, TI has competition coming. Change your name or I'm going to get rid of it. Okay, change it. Doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, got enough to deal with it with stuff like that. Okay, so just change it. Okay, guys, man, oh man. Okay, here's my homepage link. Okay, so here is the promo code you can use, Easter 20% off the first month only or the entire year. There are 4 plans. Start off with a standard, okay? Do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you absolutely 100% want our product. Try us out, standard premium, you'll get the 20% off that first month. Okay, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If you want to upgrade to an annual and you do it within 30 days, we will honor the 20%. If you're just starting out with this, do this. It's mandatory. Let's get started, okay? Do this first before you do anything else. Starts off with the download and installation. It's about 30 minutes long. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I didn't do one today. Stock of the day video at noon, and all the education is here. Okay, the user guide. A lot of you have questions, I mean, the user guide, it's all searchable. You have questions, go to the user guide. And a lot of times, here we have we've segmented, the price alerts and charts and one-click trading and chart trading and all that sort of stuff, alert windows, top list windows. So if you can't see it here, just go to the full table of contents and then you can just search. So somebody asked about colors earlier. Colors are really tough. I think it's not great, but you search on colors and you'll see what comes up. I posted the link in. Top list windows, property, select colors. There's a guide for it. When I say tough, I don't think it's easy and I don't use it, but there it is. Okay, so there's that getting started again. And the daily support session. So Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I'll put the link in before I do take close down the main room. The daily webinar. So this is the one I attend. Co-founders Brad and Dan put this one on every Wednesday. Not every Wednesday, every second Wednesday, and this is the Wednesday. But you can sign up for all the webinars here: Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday. That's the rotation. So you can sign up for them all here. And last but not least, back to basics. If you're new to trading, a great little free series starts off with what is a stock? Okay. And my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing right here. So save my link. Lots of information here and let's get started. My scans and education. Save my link. Then you can look at that anytime you want. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you. Thank you. Well, the only thing you can say, I mean, listen, it's chopping around. It's making higher lows on the 15-minute chart. That's about what you can say about the Viru. All right, guys, 2:39. Time to ask questions. If you want to ask some questions as I cruise into 3 o'clock. Fascinating watching both the Yater and the Viru. Boy, that HPK did not collapse. HPK did not collapse. It's just making another new high here. What a run! And just because of Kramer. So it's actually, let's take a look here, $29. So it's actually at the high of the after hours action last night on Kramer touting it. Kramerica, yes. No kidding though, seriously. Oh, there's no question. Hey, he's entertainment. There's no question that Kramer is entertainment. But if you want to see entertainment, you ever caught that show that he was on, the Jon Stewart show a long time ago? And he bravely went on, and Jon Stewart basically tore a strip off him. And Kramer just basically sat there and took it. All right, guys. Nothing. How's that FULC doing? Man, that's a choppy one also. At the end of the day, it's probably going to, close at the lows. Could close at the lows, I should say, and just continue down. All right, Mark. Hey, look at this. Market's putting in a nice little pop here, actually. Everything is strong today. Take a look at the SPY overall on a weekly chart. And so there's a month. Yeah, a bit choppy on the SPY. That's what makes it really, for those of you like swinging, I don't know. I don't know what I mean, obviously energy would have been good. I guess some gold plays would have been good. Yes, Jeremy, I did. I mean, all I am saying is, this is what I was watching. I'm not in it anymore. Of course, it's bounced, but the answer is yes. But it was still a strong stock. Let's not kid ourselves. This was a super strong stock all day. So I did not anticipate like a catastrophic move down. Strong all day. So yeah, some profit taking, but it still looks kind of strong. But yes, I did. Anyway, guys, look at this HPQ. HPK. What a great great week it's had. But this is really today. Oh, I'm sorry. What a great day it's had this week. This is just today. MMLP. Let's take a look at MMLP. A little bit, yeah. I mean, on the daily break, yes. HBK, is that that coal play? Oh, actually, no, it's a drilling, so it's an energy play. What's oil doing today? I didn't even look what oil is doing. I know when we looked at the sector status at the beginning of the day or 10 minutes before the market opened, every oil stock was up. So let me just take a look. Yeah, so oil is still holding above 100. Brent and WTI both holding above 100. So yeah, this is causing a little pop there for sure. All right, guys. Well, listen, I know I say I put myself on mute at 3, but I think I'll do it right now. I'll pop in. I'm still here. If I need to, I'll get on the mic. But I'm just going to put the announcement in. There's not a lot happening for me. There's other stuff happening, trade ideas that I want to get to. So I'll just put the announcement in. Sorry, YouTubers, I had you on, I had you guys on mute. We've been talking about the VERU trade so far. I mean, hey, listen, who knows? I mean, it's not that far away now from yesterday's high. It really isn't. But less than $1 now. So just so you know, Thomas, I opened the room. Well, the room is open at 8 o'clock Eastern time, okay? I'm not on the mic until 9, but the room is open. Usually it's before, but no later than 8 o'clock Eastern time. And typically I put myself on mute at 3 and the room is open till 3:30, but because of what's happening with the Viru, I decided to hop back in. Wow, I mean, oh, sorry, blue collar. I mean, anybody else who was short this, as you say, you didn't have a huge position, but nonetheless, even Shady was wrong. I know you thought it was over right around 12. And I know you were all over this early, but I think I can recall a post saying you thought it might have been over by about at 12. No, I could have sworn though you had some posts that you thought, guys, it looks like it could be over. Hey, it's okay. I'm just, it's not a big deal. Yeah, 2 p.m. Viro's spinning its wheels. Top is likely in for the day. Okay, I mean, and I was reading that and I'm going, hope you're wrong. There you go. Yeah. So I mean, hey, listen, it was a great call early, and I'm telling you guys, I mean, this takes out this 1387. That'd be incredible. The high of yesterday, and we'll see what happens. I mean, 1387. Watch it after hours. I mean, look at this. I mean, we're only 40 cents away now. Whew. Well, okay, why not? I mean, this is crazy, but I'll put an alert at 1386 and see if it takes it out. I mean, look at this 2 minute boom and the volume. Volume, all about the volume, guys. All about the volume. Look at the increase in volume on the 5 minute chart. Now, I believe this will stall it. The high of yesterday, 1387. I shouldn't say firmly believe, but it's likely that that will stall it. It's so funny. I literally flipped a coin on the ADR and the VERU when I was looking at them both. Said, which one do I really want to concentrate on? All right, guys. Well, I guess I'll might as well hang on till 3:30 on the mic. Any last minute questions or last 10-minute questions? I'll put the YouTube link in. You can head over there if you want. Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30 when I do shut down this room, the main room. So close. Oh man, I think I'm gonna get a price alert. By the way, guys, this is how the price work. Oh shoot, I wish we had one, but this is how the price alerts work. If you're not using our price alerts, you're not using the program to its fullest. There it goes. Oops. Sorry, wrong one. Okay, so here's the price alerts. And these are the ones that are all triggered. So if you minimize the window, may not happen. I mean, I'm just so skeptical that it'll take out yesterday's high. But if it did, you see what the price alerts, I have a price alert down there, 1386. If I minimize the window, and if it hit it, it would pop up on my screen. Why don't I do this? Why don't I just put a price alert underneath just to show you again why you should be using our price alerts. Well, wow, are you kidding me? Really? Ader got, that must have been a wild one. Just give me a moment here. Oh no, this is the Viru. No, something went haywire there because I'm seeing Ader at the top. Just give me a moment here. I know what happened. Okay, let me do this again. Okay, so I bracketed Viru, and when one of those prices hits, my price alert screen will pop up on my screen. Hmm. Oh, okay. I had a price alert set for METC, so that's why it popped up on my screen. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, guys. I had this idiot. I had to scroll up. I couldn't figure out why the Vero wasn't popping up on my screen. I just had to scroll up. So now I run the risk. This is where a bug happened. I hope it doesn't happen. Okay. Again, I'm on a development version, so what's the latest beta? I don't know what the number is, but you just go to the website. It's new. It came in last night, Ija. Now, guys, if you're not on the latest beta has finally, we have true real-time charts now. And a different looking screen for the buy and sell, etc. on for Brokers Plus. So when you click on my link, go to the top here where it says download and scroll down past that production version. You don't want that. This is the version 5.5.76, okay? Download this. So now this has real-time charts. It'll have this look now for the order entry in the Brokerage Plus. If you click on Help and About, Todd, Help and About, it'll tell you the version you're on. So it looks like we're on, now I'm in a development version of that 0.76, so, you know, it could be a little bit different for me, but, okay, so just Help and About. Okay, so you can download the latest beta, go to the, do the latest beta. You're on the latest production version, but I would download the latest beta. I've downloaded betas forever, okay, since 2010, since I've been a member of Trade Ideas. So, and there's a difference between the development version that and now I'm always running and the beta. All right, I'm just waiting now for Chris to show up. Anytime now in our YouTube room, you've got the link. I'll put the link in again. Well, that was a fun ending to the day. I'm saying how boring it was. Guys, you know, it still may do it. I have a bit of a rug pull, but this still may do it. Got these topping tails to deal with, but what did he actually get to? Got up to 1374 and literally, so that was that, about 13 cents away from the high of yesterday. Man. You know, I got rid of some windows today, guys. I had or some scans. I had way too many scans up and running. Made it way easier. You know, even I can run into that pitfall of having too many scans up. And I got rid of some. You know, I'd be, I don't know. I mean, maybe even the Aider though. The Aider, if it takes out this, you know, this 622, and it's a fairly low float, 53 million, not a low float. Takes out that 622 area on volume, always on volume. I mean, it's just hanging in this area. There he is. I see you just came in, Chris. You want to take over now? Can you hear me?
I sure can. Can you hear
All
me?
right. I can. I can hear
Excellent.
you. I can hear you. Yes.
I'm on. It's on my screen.
Okay.
And
I shall mute. I shall mute now, Chris. Have fun for your hour.
All right. Thanks, Barry. Have a good one. So perfect. All right. Looks like a good and smooth transfer here with Barry. Got some races up here. CDEV got knocked out of that position yesterday on a trailing stop. You know, that happened. So, but what is everybody looking at? What are our questions? You know, fire those away for me here, folks. Will Pup, how are you? So, all right, yeah, looks like everything is in good and working order here. Just gonna move something around a little bit. There we go. So yeah, fire away questions for me or anything. As per usual, for the way things are structured now, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, no pre-done content for me or anything like that. On the Tuesday, Thursdays, I kind of have a syllabus on those Zoom side of things, but as I mentioned to those individuals in there yesterday, I don't know if anybody might have been listening here on the YouTube side. It's just going to be a couple of people in those Zoom meetings. I'll open it back up to more Q&A type of stuff. There's no point when it's the same 4 or 5 people coming into the Zoom meetings, go over basics like that. But, we make a plan and adjust it as we go along, like with anything in life, whether it be trading or education or a vacation even. What do I think of VRXT? Let's take a look. VRXT. VRTX would probably be good if I did that instead, right? That'd probably help a lot. Oh, wow, this thing's really up. This goes, a theme that I've had recently is it seems like the stuff that is working is just really working, and extended, just kind of continues to go and go and go and go and go. And it seems like a lot of stuff that I see like this that's setting up lately isn't able to get out of that setup, or more often than not, those setups that I really like this, they kind of poke their head up and then right back down. Where stuff like this, where you're like, how much further could it possibly go? Well, that's how much further it could go. So I'm not endorsing chasing by any means, but I'm just seeing kind of a trend where people are really flocking to the stuff that's working and pushing it in exuberance in that sense. I mean, I couldn't go after this here. I just, the 10 commandments of trading, thou shalt not chase. And that's absolutely a chase for me. I mean, up that much in a month, basically. But, if you're in a position, manage it well is all I could say. It's a strong looking chart. It's a pharmaceutical. So just understand that the way pharmaceuticals work are this. Here's how they work. You can have that happen on any given day. I mean, this looks like it's, primed and ready to go here. BCRX, right? Made this move up and a pullback and a move up and a pullback and a move up and a pullback. And it looked like it was ready to go right here. Like I was ready to jump on that train again. I've traded and had swing positions in BCRX a bunch over the last year and a half. And I didn't chase it that day. I said, thou shalt not chase. And the next day it was down here like that, and then continued to get pummeled for a couple of days. So that's the risk you take with pharmaceuticals. Anything that has bio or pharma in it, that's the risk you take. So that VRTX, all right, you could literally wake up and you could find that thing down here $200 tomorrow, and that wouldn't be uncharacteristic for a pharmaceutical. Heck, look at this right here to here. All right, if we look back in time, closed out somewhere around 216 one day, opened that next day at in the 190s, the low 190s or 180s, upper 180s. All right, it's a big haircut to take. So that's the risk you take with pharmaceuticals. Look at it on a weekly chart. Maybe. There we go. And looks like, you're coming up to some significant historical levels here. All right. So what I always like to do, draw a line into today, the top of today. That's where I like to start and see where it goes. And we can see struggled last time it got around $300, could not push through and hold it. All right. So that's your next big thing to look at. So 2 big things to look at. Your pharmaceutical company. You could wake up and be here tomorrow, and you're approaching a major historical level. Lifetime high, $306. And while I like lifetime highs, we've exhausted a lot of energy to get back to that in a very little amount of time. But, again, like I said, things that are up just kind of, body in motion, staying in motion, almost like Newton's law is, one of Newton's laws of motions has been affecting stocks moving up lately. And we can see, that move right here, even going back to the end of last year, what a move it's made. And let's see, since January, do I even have it up there? Yeah, it's up 32.5% since January 1st. And if we rolled that back in December, it's got to be up like 60% or something like that since January. Let's see, or since December, excuse me. And get rid of this drawing. So, we're looking at the beginning of December there. I guess closer to 40, 42, 43% since. So, these are the things that you're up against with going with that. So that's the comment I can make on that. Again, if there's something you like about it and it fits into your plan, go right after it. If you're up in it already, you might want to consider how much you're up and how long you're willing to hang out into these nosebleed sections up here. You got it. Something else here that I wanted to mention. This here. So I don't know, how many people are into automating. I think there's, a lot of thoughts about automation and a lot of misconceptions about automation. I think a lot of people feel like automation is, I press play, I run out, play 18 with the boys, have lunch, stop at the bank, pick the kids up from school, come back and count my money. And that's the life of automation. And, personally, I think it couldn't be further from the truth, but this is what people believe. There should always be some kind of human interaction with it. Michael Noss just put out a video of automation and automating with symbol lists. It's something that I'm a big proponent of. So here's a video that he did, kind of pumping Michael here. But, when it comes to some of the more deep thought quantitative stuff, as far as software goes, he's one of the authorities, I think, on it, and someone that I certainly, refer to or bounce ideas off of. I think we have some similar ideas when it comes to automation, him and I. So he does something with automating and symbol lists in here, which is where I kind of lie in on automation. Going through charts, finding charts that you think they might have a carryover, whatever the time frame you think that carryover is going to be, and using those short symbol lists. Maybe it's 3 stocks, maybe it's 10 stocks, but you shouldn't be, for me anyways, I wouldn't be looking at 30 stocks I'm trying to automate. And finding those good charts and finding something that works for it, kind of entering positions for you, and possibly some kind of fail safes in there, whether it's profit targets, trailing stops, whatever combination of things you want to use in there, along with your own eye kind of managing the position along with it. And so anyways, Michael shared that with us today, and I thought, for anybody that's really that into automation or really wants to get into automation, I think automation is great to add to what you're doing with trading already. But if you're not someone who understands market mechanics, if you're not someone who has really dove into trading in general anyways, I think automation should be taking a backseat to you really understanding how markets, this software, and those other items work before jumping into automation. Just my kind of thoughts on it. Take that a step further. When it comes to automation and symbol lists, you can do some very, very simple stuff with it. You find quality charts, all right? And then, new alert window. If you think about, for example, the alert window that Barry has in his channel, that alert window is very simple. He just monitors a symbol list and updates that periodically for that. And all Barry's done in that window, essentially, now I don't know if he's made any adjustments since the last time I looked at it, but he's using a new high as a catalyst on the day. Then he goes with a position and range for the day. So here's our position and range, this one here. Add that filter. I think at one point he had a minimum 85, then another point he put 100. But just for fun, we'll throw 85 in here, and then make sure the stock is, traded a good amount today, maybe just in case, yesterday had an outstanding day and for whatever reason, and it looked like it was going to carry over today. And then all of a sudden there's no volume in it today. It's a very simple alert. And I think symbol list automation like this could be a very powerful thing. Again, this is not something that if you've been trading for 6 months, I'm saying get into. I think, and everybody at different paces. There may be someone at 6 months has really got a handle on trading, really got a handle on market mechanics, really got a handle on the software. But if you are not one of those people, you don't take the G6 out and start flying that before you've been in the simulator a whole bunch. But simple alert window, something like this, where you're taking out some kind of position from yesterday, and you look like it could really run. So that's what I'm trying to illustrate here in this. And then of course, you're attaching it to a symbols list, only the following list and whatever personal list you want to have on there, my liked or whatever it is. But that's my thought in it. I did some experimenting with this with the help of Jamie Hodge in the fall. I was managing a symbols list with an alert that was very similar to that. And all I did was put a 3% stop and a 3% target for the stops and targets on it. He ran it in, and I managed the symbols list. I created that strategy, I attached it, and I gave him that, and he ran it in an E-Trade account live, buying just one share at a time. And while we had a kind of friendly market where it wasn't, this real chop that we've been in, and I was very vigilant about managing that symbols list, it actually did okay, all things considered, without us manipulating it whatsoever. We just let it run. We didn't, if a position was up, way up, but it never hit the target, and then it reversed to the stop and got stopped out, we let it just run like that, which I don't think is the way to really do this, but that's what we did. And it did well for a while. Sometime in December, when things started getting real wonky and choppy, I also, became busy with other tasks, and I stopped managing the list as actively as I was. Obviously, things fell apart, but it led me to believe that this is the actual way of automation. So, hopefully you guys are getting something out of that. Anybody that's into automating or thinking about automating or is looking for ways to bust into automation, I think that's a lot easier to do than try to create an actual alert window, like this, and back test after back test and optimize and tweak this and change that. I'm a proponent of, we just don't have enough data for that. In all honesty, we don't go back far enough. You could work around that by taking the data points that you want and always entering them into some kind of table, some kind of spreadsheet, and working out formulas that way. But that's a lot more quantitative work, outside of what we personally do. But you're welcome to take that data. Obviously, you could always take the data from scan each day, right click and save contents, and that creates a CSV file and moves that over to Excel, excuse me. So different ways to look at ways in getting involved in that, and like I said, this is an alert window I've, shared with you folks in the past. I have back tested and forward tested it. I haven't really done much optimization on it because I'm not a big proponent of optimizing or over optimizing. And, this is what this window's done. Moving back, I've been testing this since mid-December, since I created a window in mid-December. I've been back testing it. And it hasn't always been great, and it's just that simple. We can see here on this daily chart here, this one day that was an anomaly up, but you see all these down days and then one okay up day, and then there's not a whole lot, for a while with these down days, and a few up days. So it's, that's not from lack of effort of trying to, this is the core window, and I've tweaked it and done some things to it just to test other stuff out. And this is as good as I could possibly, as I could currently get it. It's not a great average winner to loser. All right. It's not a great profit factor, to be honest. And so it only takes one down day from this, if I left it on automation on its own, to wipe out a month's worth of gains. So anyways, just some thoughts here. I know a lot of people really, want to do automation. I don't know if that's this crowd that I'm speaking to or not right now, but thought it was worth noting. Thought I'd give Michael a shout out there and piggyback on that, on thoughts that I personally have on all this. With all that said, what's happening here? So quadruple U, uranium, strong sector, continues to be strong here. I took a small position here in NXE today and grabbed that here. And of course, I bought nearly the top. But anyways, I've got a position. I'll let it work and do what it's going to do here for the next couple of days. Really, looking at kind of the 6 level is, what I'm willing to risk right now. It's a pretty tight stop for what I normally do for swing trading, but in this market, that's the way it's got to be. But I've seen this kind of push up like this and want to try to participate in it. These are the things that I'm looking at here. Made a move up and we got kind of range bound, tested that range, made a move up, got range bound a little higher, tested that range here, made a move up, and it looked like we were, range bound. I thought maybe is today the day to break that range. Obviously, it was not the day to break that range. Also looking at historical levels, going to back here. Ryan, how's it going? Looking at the historical levels going back into last year here. All right. And I was hoping that, triple tops are rare, and that's not what we're looking at, but we'll see. Trend is our friend, all those things like that. A couple more days sideways, all of a sudden that trend meets with my 6 stop. All right. And, if we get some sideways days, I might be a little more liberal with that stop and knock it down here into maybe like the 585 range. If we also stay here like this, I took a pretty small position today, to be honest, in this compared to what I would normally take for a stock this size. If we stay like this and the sector looks strong, I may add to the position as well. So, I make a plan that has, contingencies in it, I suppose is what I'll call it, and we'll adjust accordingly. But, if tomorrow the market gets slaughtered and uranium is, among the bloodbath that exists, and this starts to move towards $6 real quick, I'm just going to cut it and that'll be the end of it. And we'll move on to something else. That's how we do it. Sorry, I was just catching up on a message that came in here. So apparently, according to Zero Hedge, Apple MacBook shipments delayed after lockdown, slow production. Let's see how Apple handled that. I guess that'll boost them to all-time highs. Interesting. Bad news is good news. Now you'd think they can't ship, they can't sell. That's the result. But nope, that is not the result. That's the result. Anywho, that's why anybody that thinks they ever got this market figured out, I don't think so, my friend. I don't think so. I think it's best for people to understand that it's a 27D chessboard and we get a 2D version of that. And understand that. Don't fight it. Don't fight the trend, all those things like that. And the cliches are the cliches for a reason. And the whales are the whales for a reason. Nobody's going to wake up and red pill the market one day. It's a big club. they like their club the way it is. I like to think of ourselves as those little fish that latch onto the big sharks and the big whales, and are pulling what we can off of them. So, all right, for the most part, the silent treatment on me here. Let's see what else is coming through. So, as I mentioned before, I turned my evening scan into a race. I was really looking to use it to try to day trade as a race, but this was not the week to do that for me, unfortunately. So, but I saw some decent stuff come through during the week. TEK, this is one I've been all over for a long time. I was thinking that after I said it, Michael, bottom feeders, I was also thinking parasites. But the point being is that, when you're swimming in a pond with, something that can really flip a switch literally and destroy people, it's best not to think you're smarter than those people. That's all there is to it, and I'm one of those people. I get all the stuff about, all the things that everybody, pays attention to in the financial world on the macro side of things, and what BlackRock has been doing or has done, or PIMCO, or Alizon or, Citron Securities, any of those people. I get it. I don't condone any of that stuff. I don't think any of that stuff is good, this payment for order flow and all these things that go on like that. But the bottom line is it's the world we live in, and you or me as individual traders in this position here are certainly not making any impact on that whatsoever, at least not here. And that's not to say, oh, well, there's nothing we could do to change or anything like that. But, pick and choose your battles. While we're here trying to make a living for ourselves, our families, get educated and things like that, don't fight what's there. Make and pick our battles in the boardrooms that we can, or, if we take big positions in stocks that we can make votes that matter on the proxy vote and things like that. That's where we make our battles and things like that. But when, you're earning a living, and you're doing it in an honest way anyways, as far as I'm concerned, us here are doing it that way. That's what we can do. So thanks, Mars. Appreciate that. I just, it's always hard for me to know. I come into these live streams. Sometimes there's 30, 40, 50 people in them when I start, and within a few minutes, I'm down to 20 people or so. And I never even know if those numbers are even accurate, to be honest. So I'd like to be informative and helpful, but there's no way to truly know that. All right, good to know that. And look, I'm I'm not reinventing the wheel here either. Most of what I say is parroted. I have my own thoughts that come up and things like that, of course. But a lot of what I learned, a huge part of what I learned, are from the guys here. All right, I appreciate that. I appreciate that positive feedback. So I was, looking at this tech chart here, man. This is just, indicative of the choppiness that's kind of knocked me around, and it, I kicked myself back and forth. So, I took a couple days swing trade in this, back. I'll zoom in a little bit here and just show you, like, thoughts and, Monday quarterbacking, as I say. I took a swing position in this here, all right? And then this happened. I'm like, yes, this is great. And then, but it reversed that same day. I'm like, no, I'm an idiot. And then this happened here, and I'm like, wow, I'm really stupid. But it was in this range, and I had to stop, and I didn't come down and meet the stop. And then this happened, and this happened. I'm like, all right, this worked out well, and I got out here. And then, of course, this happened and that happened, and I was like, oh, I'm the biggest idiot on the planet. And then this move happens, all right? And I'm like, all right, well, I guess it worked. If you're looking at, if the move at the top is here and the bottom is here, and I get this portion of the move, I should be happy most of the time, which is what happened. But that I look at, that bounce off of the support level here, and then it goes on to make another nice move, and then it goes on to make another nice move. It's, been in this range here, and now it's making another nice move. So part of me is like, start to take positions that I'm looking at, 2-3 month positions instead of 2, 3, 4 day positions. But it's a mental game that I have to get over to be able to withstand all that. I'm not someone on most of my positions when I'm going to hold for a day or 2 or 3 that I'm looking at it nonstop, but it's still looking at it. I think it becomes one of those things where if I'm going to decide to really get into a position like this, set a stop far away and then not look at that position for that time that I really said I was going to do it. Getting over that mental hurdle, I'm not sure yet, but on these longer term, some of these longer term things, look at that. It's a beautiful trend here, and if if I had the stomach to take, let's say, on this beautiful trend here, I had the stomach to say, let's take, even just 200 shares on that. All right. It's a few $1,000s back here, and, let's say if I got it at $25 a share, we're looking at a $5,000 position. All right. And, I stuck a, stuck something down here on what looked like a major support level or something like that at $23 or $22.50 or something like that. It looks like a good level to have been a stop. And now this is all Monday quarterbacking, but these are the thoughts that I had that lead me into, that led me to become a swing trader instead of a day trader, more of a swing trader than day traders I've been over the last couple of years. Look at that beautiful trend line off of this level right here. It's a really nice trend line. And for putting that risk of $1,000 to have made all that money, again, these are thoughts that I have, but it's hard to get over that mental hurdle. So I see Todd got, is there a way to update TI from file, new, etc. taskbar, way to update TI? Yes, but you have to have, so this is what you got to do here. Oh, I don't know. I assume everybody that was here, I should never assume anything, that was here was with Barry, and he discussed that we have a new beta out. So anybody that wants to make sure, that they're on the latest beta here, always on the latest version, go to, on your menu bar here, go to tools. I think this is what you're asking about, Todd, but if I'm wrong, let me know. I'll hit back further, or let me, rephrase it for me. But go to tools, options, and look at upgrade here, and make sure that you have all releases selected. Okay, a terrible arrow, but anyways, I think you get the point. All releases selected, and then save that here. When you do that, all right, anytime that we put out an update, this new here will turn a bold green, and then there'll be an option here. It'll say, upgrade or update or something like that, and that will take you to our download page right here. Let me bring a download page over. All right, and you've got, you see it says here TI Pro and TI Pro Beta. I still don't like the way we do this here, but a work in progress. And I personally, again, I recommend everybody be on the beta. Generally speaking, if it was something that was in the production version, it should be fine moving forward in the beta. The beta is just giving you the new bells and whistles, of which you should now have full market data on the charts. Your chart should go from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. now. And you should have tick charts, meaning not tick in time, like, you can't go less than 1 minute as on a time frame. But, for example, look at the SPY here on my chart. All right, watch the SPY here moving. All right, of course, now it's not going to move because that's why. All right, see, these updates, see how fast it's updating here. All right, that's what you should be seeing here now. If you're on the beta, so you'd come to the beta, you come here and just make sure you go to the beta. You got to scroll down for it. No Easter, we don't need you. So here's your production, all right, and it says production, and you want the beta here, all right. And then, here, if you scroll down, here are the release notes on it. So just a fair warning, if you update and you're a Brokerage Plus user, this is what your Brokerage Plus order entry panel is now going to look like, all right. You're adding a few steps here. We're going to be adding more functions to this, more hotkeys and things like that to cut down and make the order entries and exits much faster for you, but one step at a time. So that's what you're going to get. I'll bring over my Brokerage Plus here in the simulator. Check out my random simulated positions. I was up a few $1,000s on my simulated positions. Hey, look at that. And these are all random buys, every one of these. Kind of funny how that works out. But essentially, the order of steps now is, you'd click the stock, are you buying or are you selling? Get your share size in here. All right. Market or limit. If you're going limit, then you got to put the limit in here and then it's send. All right. From there. So that's how that works now. In the old order entry panel, you'd go, is it a market or limit? And if you pick limit, this was all together combined with that limit price. And then you pick your shares and you just pick buy or sell, and that's it. It would do that. There's no send or anything like that. This is more like the brokers actually have it now. There are things that I like and don't like about this. Any trader does not like change. I've been using Brokerage Plus for a long time. But I do like the fact that we now have these bracket orders you can put in here. All right. We have the time stop that you can throw in here now, much easier. You have bid, last, and ask in here now, which is really awesome to see. So you don't have to have if you don't want a time in sales, if the size of the time in sale doesn't matter to you, You don't have to have that there. You can just see your bid and ask right in here now, which is also nice. So, all that's there. For those that don't want to update to it, I get it. Eventually, you're going to have your hand forced. There's nothing we can do about, the way the world of tech works. We have to make updates because brokers make updates, Microsoft makes updates, other people make updates. We have to keep up. So at some point, older versions just don't work, and that's the way it goes. I don't think we're anywhere near that currently, but I'm not a developer, so don't hold my feet to the fire on that as well. So again, any questions on any of that, let us know. I'm just doing a bunch of typing. I wonder if you folks can hear that typing or not. I'm using that software that Barry recommended for noise canceling. Just curious how much noise you can hear coming through the background. Nope, can't hear it. The software is absolutely amazing. I just, how do you get there, James? So again, my first recommendation is this. I'm gonna walk you through this. This way, when we put out a new beta. So everybody that didn't follow along before, here's your shot to follow along. All right, so come to Tools on the menu bar, go to Options, go to Upgrade, and select all releases, not production releases only, all right? It's called Kick, I think. Give me 1 second, and I'll show you. So once you have all releases selected, I'm sorry, not production, all releases selected, press Save. If you are not on our most current version, all right, and if you did that and you went to reset connection, this new is going to now appear in a bold green. If you click that bold green new, you're going to see it say update or upgrade or something like that in here, which I don't have because I'm on the same version you folks are on right now. And that will bring you to our download page, which I'm going to bring over a screenshot of that now. New window. There we go. All right. And you'll see TI Pro, TI Pro Beta. All right. And that's where you're going to want the beta. You're going to scroll past the production and scroll down to the beta. All right. And you'll click download, and that'll be that. If you have not updated in the last 6 months, odds are this is going to, after when you go to install it, it's going to force a system restart on you because we updated some .NET files and some things like that. And, we made a lot of improvement to the charts. So before, a lot of people had noticed with our charts that you'd click on a symbol and it took like half a second to a second and a half for the symbols to get in here. Our charts are pretty snappy now on those loads. I've got a lot of stuff running here, and you can see, how quick those charts are snapping up. Of course, the 15 minutes is going to get delayed on me but you can see for the most part here, right? So there's that update that happened that was an issue for a while. It took us a while to figure out what was wrong. And I still don't even know it was wrong. I just know that they fixed it. And then, on top of that snappy chart like that, you're also now, have the tick charts, what it really is the chart server refreshes now every 0.3 to 0.5 seconds instead of every 8 seconds like it used to. So it's under a second for each reset. It's really under half a second, generally speaking, on each refresh on it. So I don't think you can really get much faster than that, to be honest. And then the last note, to recover here. To know all the changes that we made in the beta, you're going to see here, release notes. Give that a click, all right? Some of this is stuff that's fixed. We can see fixed index was out of range exception. Some of this will apply to some people. Some of it won't, all right? some other stuff that we changed in here. All right, fixed issue, fixed issue, fixed issue. Default setting changed. All right, multiple changes to buy sell function from the chart. If you notice now, instead of the blue B and red S that are here, you actually have this buy sell that's here on the chart. And here's one that we even did better. If you click that, all right, it'll tell you now, it'll tell you that I don't have a default chart strategy enabled right now. All right, learn more. Then I click that. Now look what I get. Right to the user's guide with it, helping us go right along and get right to the core of something. So we're not scrambling and searching. How do I figure this out? So, really cool stuff here. Stephanie, big shout out to her, that user's guide, being able to link like that. She continues to update it. And then, always a big shout out to the dev team, what they're doing. They just don't get enough credit. And people, myself being an outsider at the beginning and coming in and seeing what it actually takes to get these data points, that adding these little items like this is not just a switch we flip, but, there are thousands to millions of data points that have to be added to servers to do this. And then if something goes wrong, figuring out where in those thousands to millions of data points, where it went wrong in there, really crazy stuff. No, you only have to uninstall if you're going back a version. You never have to uninstall if you're going forward a version. So you should be good there, James. And sorry, I just saw that come in now. I had the chat was hidden behind something. I apologize for being delayed there, James. How did you do that? How did I do what? The buy or sell one, Michael, on the chart? I think that's what you're referencing. I just want to make sure. Yep, everything will still be there. I always, James, I recommend backing everything up to the cloud, but if it's in the cloud, it's there no matter what. But any of your local stuff shouldn't have an issue. I've never had an issue in, 5 years of doing this as far as my local save stuff, but it never hurts to just save everything into the cloud as well. But everything should be there, as long as you don't make any changes to the actual file itself. Oh, get to help. So this is what I did. When I clicked this buy or sell here, it gave me this here. All right. It gave me this here, chart trading default buy. There is no default chart trading strategy enabled. And if I click OK, that's it. It's over. But if I click to learn more, it brings me to the here in the user's guide. Set as default chart long short strategy. And that's where it brought me to by clicking that learn more. And then that's what I mean by backup. Yeah. All right, perfect. Got you set there. So again, trying to implement the user's guide into the software to direct people into there, because it's great when I'm here for this hour. It's, when Barry's here during the day and he can answer some questions. There's people in the email and live chat and, obviously some things like that. But, there's going to be users that were like me. And, all right, perfect, James. I'm glad that got you set up. And of course, I'm here for another 20 minutes, give or take. So when you pop back in, or hopefully, you pop back in, any questions on any of the new stuff, let me know and I'll do my best to answer those for you. But so what I mean by users like me is when I first became a Trade Ideas subscriber, I think a lot of us share a lot of the same ambitions and thoughts and excitement, coming into the world of stocks. Like I said, I'm not a finance guy, as I've said many times before. I was tired of being a restaurant person. I was tired of waiting tables. I was tired of taking people's orders. I was tired of making people's drinks. I was tired of managing restaurants. I was tired of schedules. I was tired of, owners yelling at me. I was tired of customers complaining with me. And so when I discovered Trade Ideas in the trading room and how to scan and stuff like that, there was nights where I would come home from the restaurant and I had scans running all day, and I'd go through the history of all those scans and go through charts and try to understand what happened in those charts during the day. And I, try to back build scans and do all these things like that. And next thing I know, I got home at midnight and it was 6:30 in the morning and the sun was coming up and I hadn't gone to sleep and going through all that stuff. And, quick nap before I was heading back to the restaurant for work. And, there wasn't someone to answer my questions 24/7 is what I'm getting at. And so by us now building those kinds of items into the software on those witching hours, for anybody that's like that, there's some answers built into the software now. Things like if you come to the help tab, users guides right in here, alert and filter definitions are right in here, channel descriptions are right in here, odds maker, video help, frequently asked questions. So there's, we're always trying to improve. There's always going to be something left out. There's always going to be something we could do better. And that's what we try to do every day. But, every day, every week, every month, try to be a little better with all that stuff. That's all. So again, we talk about relative strength and for searching for ideas, because that's what we're supposed to be, idea generation. And our strength alerts here. I'm the one that's had to manage this list. And again, I don't really manage anything. I take the top rank stuff and make sure there's no buyout or anything like that. I made a mistake. I don't think I made the mistake. Maybe it was reported wrong. Maybe I read it wrong, but we're not supposed to put anything. I wasn't supposed to put anything with earnings in here. And so I have to own this. I didn't verify with other sources. Earnings happened here. Now, technically, so let's see, today's Wednesday. Tuesday, Monday, so Friday. So technically, I made a pretty bad boo-boo by not verifying those earnings. This did trigger, and then this happened. So, it never got anybody stopped out. Did it get them stopped out? Maybe it did down here. So that was my fault. I didn't verify the earnings on that day. I could have sworn when I looked in the single stock window, it was not there, but obviously I made a mistake there. But a recovery day that happens here, and we'll see if that can continue the trend that, it's been a decent trend on ACI here, Albertsons Company. We'll see if that has to, we'll see if that continues. However, the other alerts in here, P10, real nice move off of this chart here. I got stopped out of my position in it from a few days ago yesterday. That happened. I could not let a stock do that. It came back down here, got me at that 17 level. I was in it from, 15 and change, and was just simply not going to allow that to happen to me. Today, of course, different day, and it does that. But my risk appetite for this was much different than, other people's. And so I managed my position as I saw fit, but another good day from there. BVN just can't really, mining and metals, overall are one of the strongest sectors, but BVN just can't seem to get out of the mud on that. Chevron, after a couple of, whipsaw days here, we're looking at it and we're looking good. So, we've got Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, there's Friday. And so we've triggered and we're looking good. This tail makes it look real good here. Again, sellers tried to get it yesterday. They tried to get it again today, could not get it on either days. We're closing right up against that resistance from yesterday. And, looking good here on Chevron. So it's, 1, 2 look real good here. And then Oxy, same thing here. All right. Going back, we're looking at Friday. And why I'm noting Friday is the high of Friday is the trigger, and we haven't triggered yet, but we're looking good here on this kind of isosceles triangle, symmetrical triangle, whatever you want to call it here. All right, we've got this happening here. All right, that's a nice triangle. And why is that a triangle, not a pennant? Because we don't have enough of a move up to create a pennant. All right, the move up was back here. We've been sideways like this, but we have a real short term isosceles, or I'm trying to use my CMT terms here because I'm going to need them for the test in a couple of months. Isosceles or equal triangle. So that's you know that's what we're looking at now. It's been a great day trading vehicle, that's for sure as well. I mean, look at this thing's all over the place. So you know, being on the right side of this, whether you're using you know a VWAP or a moving average or anything like that to capture some alpha on it, it's certainly been good. But definitely looks nice on the daily chart still. And here's what I was talking about, metals and mining. Look at this metals and mining. Look how strong that chart is, right? I mean, look how strong that chart is out of this base. That's why we say the bigger the base, the bigger the boom. Either way, we came in here and it got this range right up to the beginning of this year. And out of that range, look at that right there. I mean, that's some great Elliott wave stuff right there, as a matter of fact. That primary wave coming out of there, really strong. And it's is this still part of one primary wave or motive wave? I'd argue that it is as far as Elliott wave goes. Here's the beginning, what I'd consider coming out of this set of correction sideways waves. Here's the primary motive wave, I'd call it. Wave one, there's your two. All right. And I'd say we're in wave three right now out of this, to be honest, as far as Elliott waves goes. That's the way I'd be looking at that. No, we don't scan for Elliott waves. We have nothing to help you on that, but some interesting stuff, Elliott waves. At first, I thought it was a bunch of nonsense, and part of me still does, to be honest. But if you can really start to get it down, it's the hardest thing I've done for study-wise in the CMT so far. And the reason why it's so hard is because it becomes very objective. And the fact that if the wave doesn't work, just zoom out and change what you think is the motive wave or change what you think is the primary wave. And so it becomes, like a lot of things in technical analysis, fit it to what you see. But I think when you start to really understand the waves, you start to fit it less and it starts to fit more is the way it starts to go. And I'm starting to see a lot of it now, starting to see the benefits of those items now. So anyways, just some cool thoughts, things that I think think are helpful to pass on. Where I was really going with this whole thing here is this beautiful move out of here, and BVN can't seem to catch a bid on all of it. It just kind of is what it is. Some more precious metals in mining, but all the same, you would think it'd catch some sort of bid on it, and it simply hasn't. One could argue that it did catch this here because those both started to move at the same time, but the XME, made this pullback here and then kept going. This has not kept going, and just kind of is what it is. I was in a position, can't even think of HL, was that it? Yeah, I was in this for a couple of days here and got knocked out on my trailing stop yesterday. And again, hindsight being 2020 and me saying, let these positions ride a little bit longer. It's a nice setup that's still happening here. But it's just hard when, I see this short-term resistance that's right there and we're not getting through it and I'm up in the position. And my biggest issue with me becoming a profitable trader early on was letting winners turn to losers and then cutting them afterwards after they became losers. And so it's very hard for me mentally to not do that anymore, and I saw this happening yesterday and I said, nope, we're all done here. And I closed that position and it looked like the right move at the end of yesterday. And at the beginning of today, the first hour plus, it looked like the right move. And then of course this happens. Now, how am I to know, though, that this isn't just going to fade tomorrow? I don't. And that's kind of the point of what I'm making here, is that kind of mental hurdle from turning into a swing scalp kind of trader into a true swing trader. So anyways, just spitballing trading talk here, trader talk here. Hopefully this makes some sense to anybody. Sorry, I was just catching up and reading something here. Yeah, and here's the thing too. It's not so much as paper hands or diamond hands. It's the hands of a well-tested trading system. Again, we're great software. We return great ideas. Of course, granted, you're using us for that time frame and that kind of system that you're trying to find out of. But there's no substitute for, how you share size, why you share size, how you set a stop, why you set a stop, all those things like that. But yeah, like I said though, and that's the trick too. Like the cliche says, cut my losers short, let my winners run. But how do you know that winner's going to run? That's becomes an art part of it. That's part of it's an art and part of it's technical analysis. Like I was just discussing, things like Elliott wave, let you do things like that when all right, trade ideas return me the idea. Now I'm doing some other technical analysis on the chart. And so, that's something, constantly learning myself, constantly trying to do that myself. Yeah, yep, that's it. When I used to play a lot of golf, and the golf course that I grew up on, they're family friends of ours that owned a golf course, and one of the owners used to say to me, "The hardest 6 inches of golf is in between your ears," and I think that's for anything. The hardest 6 inches of anything is in between your ears, getting over those mental hurdles like that. So, anyways, some interesting stuff here. I'll take a look at the strength alerts right now, see if anything interesting is coming through. Raymond James, that's interesting. Big move from Raymond James here. Nice 3.5% move on the day. USO, so again, continues to look real strong energy. Box, the stock, I swear the stock has a vendetta against me. BTU, this is your coal. All right, just continuing to climb. Thank you, Michael. You have a great evening as well. Yeah, VERU, that thing has been going nuts for a couple days now, right? Let's take a look here. Damn. Yeah, that thing is just going ham. Look on a weekly chart, what it looks like. Oh, I keep forgetting this neat function up here. Change to a weekly chart here. There we go. That's cool. Wow, look at that. Historically, how that looks. Very interesting. Taking out some big levels here and coming up to some other big ones. Let's see. 36 price point will be gone by Friday. DE Derek Company. Oh, Deer. That's a Derek for a second. Interesting Deer here. Some of these moves, like hard. You know, you get this move up and a violent move down, a violent move up and down on the same day. You know, opened here, traded up here, closed down here, and then another, you know, big move up. Now, you know, doing this here. You know, so it's hard to find trends in this, you know, you throw an underlying, you know, trend line, something like that there, but then you have these moves up like this here, you know. So you do something like GAN fans, Andrew's pitchfork. So, all right, we're at the point in the day where I'm going to begin to wind things down here. If anybody has any last moment questions for me, fire those away. AG, another, you know, another silver company here. Some more of these here. Steel Dynamics. That's interesting charts here. Some good looking charts overall in here. Just click on it and press delete. So like if I do a trend line here. So I've got this trend line here and then click on it, press delete, all gone. You got it, Willow. Happy to assist. I really enjoy doing this. I really enjoy being here. So, I'm sorry, I got caught up in looking at these charts and kind of thinking to myself, you know, taking real small, quote unquote, real small share size, you know, small to one person is big to another, big to one person, small to another, all relative. But, you know, look at a chart like that, you know, got this nice defined level and, you know, you grab shares up here. And if you just took a few shares and, you know, let that ride, you know, is it worth it? You know, this is the mental hurdle I'm battling myself right now, getting over. You know, it's a, you know, overall a good looking chart right here, you know, coming out of this base down here that happened and it moved up, you know, back down again and up. But, you know, we're at this level here and can it get through that level? If this is zone here, I should say. You know, can it get through that? I don't know, but certainly worth me considering trying to figure out a way to allocate more capital towards longer term positions. But that's the other thing you have to consider too. When you allocate money to a long-term position, that money's tied up. You don't have access to that money now. You're tied up there. For an alert window, if you select crossed above 2 to the moving average, will you be alerted for each of those or only when all are true at the same time? Alerts all act independently of each other. So if we were to go, you know, new alert window, we're looking at crosses. All right, all of these crosses here, they're going to act independently of each other. They act in coordination with the filters that are in here. There's one other note on these, and it's a bummer of a note for me to give, but well, not all of these actually. I'm lying. All of these ones here that I'm putting in this bracket from VWAP to here, all those, they have a built-in volume confirmation in them that cannot be removed. And so there's two things that have to happen. One, the candle has to close You can't get the alert mid-candle, number one. All right. And two, that volume confirmation has to be satisfied or the alert won't come through. It'll come through after the crosses happen and the volume confirmation has been satisfied. And unfortunately, there's no way in the coding to just remove that alert. So it kind of is a bummer and is what it is. So just know that on those crosses that works like that. What I suggest to people to do if they're really interested in making cross alerts is this. Use the 5-minute high. Use the 5-minute high alert and then look at your SMAs. All right, your filters. Pick the filters on the time frames that you're trying to find those crosses and then give them values that both those filters have the price near that range. What is it? I don't know what it is. I have no way to open it up, unfortunately. And I've never gotten a clear answer from the developers on it. And some of the people that were involved, that were contractors involved in it, that put that code in there, I don't think are with Trade Ideas. No, I don't think. I know they're not with Trade Ideas. So what it is exactly in there, I'm not sure. That's why I think that a 5-minute high and using these SMAs. So, if you were looking at, for example, a 5-period SMA on that 15-minute chart and add that filter, then I would go with something like, no more than, let's say, 0.1 below it and, maybe no more than 0.25% above it. So you're looking at stocks that are near and around that SMA. And then, you pick your second SMA and do something similar like that in the filter. And then you have every stock that's looked at has to be in the ballpark of those SMAs price wise. And then to get the trigger, a 5-minute high is the trigger. So that was my workaround when I was trying to make cross alerts. I never made a cross alert that I cared for, to be honest. All the cross alerts that I ever did, they were always showing me stocks that gapped way down and were trying to recover and kept getting stuffed when they were trying to recover. And then when I tried to add something like an up from the close or up from the open filter in there, the alerts that came through they just were not what I was looking for in a cross. I'm always trying to find a cross alert. I was trying to make cross alerts that did something like this right here. I just could not seem to make what I was looking for in it, no matter what I did. Something like this here, nice, beautiful move off that cross. I just had no luck in it, and I beat my head against it and thought I was going to make a custom filter for it and messed around with that for a long time. And eventually I just threw the towel in. Maybe I'll get back to it at some point again. The crossed VWAPs do for the alerts, yes, not the filter. The filters are something separate. But again, I'd throw a VWAP 1 filter in there, put in a value that looking at things that are close to that price, with a 5-minute alert to get that 5-minute high to get that alert. That would be my workaround for that. So, all right, 4:30, I'm going to wrap up for the day here. I'm currently interested in some very basic cross alerts to find long-term swings. So I would say on those longer term things, you may be looking at different position and ranges, Mars. Maybe looking at those 20-day and 3-month position and ranges. And that's where I would use that as a catalyst to find stronger I was going to say charts and stocks at the same time, stronger charts that have been trending up, and then add those SMA filters and put them near each other. And you might want to do that, Mars, as more of a top list instead, and then scan in the evening for ideas that look good and charts that look good, and then maybe set some price alerts or put them on some kind of secondary symbols watch list like that. And this way you're kind of narrowing down from your homework of the previous night or previous day. And that's how I would personally do it. And this way you're looking at strong charts near those SMAs, and then you can, out of that scan, but obviously scans are going to return us things we don't like too. So narrow those couple of names. So let's say, scan returns you 30 names and you like 3 or 4 of them. Now you're really narrowing down to the most quality ones out of that and monitoring those in a watch list like that. So, and then Todd, you had something. You cannot trade in the simulator pre-market and post-market, correct? Can you? Yes. Should you? It's not whether you should because it's a simulator. But the issue is with the simulator and doing that, you're going to have to go in at the last price and hope that it decides to fill you at that. All right. The issue is that the liquidity in the pre and post market is not the same as during the regular market. So there's no way to know if you would get. There's no way to simulate that someone would or wouldn't have filled you. Where if you're simulating most things that have traded a few 100,000 shares, you could do that. But we look at right now, for example, bid and ask on the after hours on ATI, and I'm not getting a bid and ask right now. All right, now a broker probably has it. Some of these are going to show it, but look at this bid and ask and last right now on that. All right, the bid's here, the ask is here. How do we simulate where you get a fill for on that? There's no way to simulate that. So you can stick the order in at last. It's got to be a limit order at last and see what happens. But if you're trying to simulate, after hours trading, catching those big moves, sorry, I don't have a better answer for you on that one. There's really, it's tough to simulate liquidity. So, all right, folks, that's going to wrap it up for me today. Tomorrow's a Zoom day. You folks are all more than welcome to pop in there. As I mentioned, if I've got 10 or 15 or 20 people in that Zoom and they're all names that I recognize, I'm not going to go with an instruction syllabus. I'm going to open it up to Q&A in Zoom essentially. When I've got there's been 60 people registering for these things, they're just not showing up. So if 60 or 70 people register, doing a Q&A for that many people is hard, and that's where I want to take it more kind of structured like that. But I'm just going to play it accordingly to how many people show up and adjust accordingly. So I thank you folks as always very kindly. Market holiday on Friday, right? So markets are closed. We will not be here. I mean, you might catch one of us by email or something, but there'll be no live streams, no traders room, none of that stuff. All right. So again, I thank you folks very much. Barry will be back in the early wee hours of the morning. And we'll get it all started tomorrow on Thursday to wrap out the trading week. So have a great one, folks. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully you have some sunshine. Get out there, get some fresh air, take a jog, take a walk, and do some journaling. These are all healthy things I recommend for a more successful trading career. All right, take care, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.